Okay, good evening. It's 5:07. We're going to call the SELPA meeting to order. Do a roll call. Board Member Farrar is present. Board Member Crow is present. I'm present. Board Member Parker is on her way, and Board Member Gale is not present.
Technically for this evening for the SELPA, Mr. Critchfield is
Oh,
here
yeah.
and Patty Horn is also absent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Item number 4, additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda. Is there any at this time?
There are none.
Number 5, public comments on non-agenda items. Seeing no public, I'm going to assume that's a no.
I don't believe we've received any. No.
Okay. Consent agenda, item 6.1, SELPA board meeting minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion that we approve item 6, consent agenda 1-A.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote. Mr. Farrar,
Yes.
Mr. Crow,
Yes.
myself is an aye.
I'm a yes, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr.
Okay,
Critchfield
I'm right here.
is also an aye. I'm so used to you being. Item number 7, communications.
Yes, so for this evening, can you hear me okay? My light is on. Okay, good. Yeah. For this evening, I do have a written communication from Maya Ginley, who is our CAC Vice Chair, that I would like to read. She hoped to be here this evening, but for circumstances, was not able to make it. So her statement is, "Hi everyone, just a quick CAC update. We had a great presentation on Universal Design for Learning that really gave us an exciting look into what our teachers are learning about acceptance and practical strategies to support inclusion. This is a great way our district is combating unintentional discrimination of our students with disabilities. Our Coffee and Connections group continues every third Tuesday, and it's a nice chance for parents to support each other and attend workshops. We're finalizing the CAC dates for the rest of the year. As many of you know, our chair recently stepped down, so we'll need to elect a new chair soon. I'm currently serving as vice chair, but this is also a great opportunity to welcome new members. If you know of any parents, educators, or community members who are interested in supporting students with disabilities, now is the perfect time to get them involved." I think, yes, that's her sign off, Maya. So thank you for that. There are none.
Sorry, the mic was off. Agenda item 8, action items. It doesn't look like there's any on the agenda. Discussion items, number 9. 9.1, ACOE, ACUSD Special Education Staffing Update. Dr. Hedegaard.
Thank you. Yeah, so as continuing our practice, I have prepared a staffing update this evening for both the Amador County Office of Education and the Amador Unified School District for our special education positions. One thing you will notice is that, again, we have reflected on what we've provided you in the past and expanded it. So what you can see here is actually a list of all of our positions. And so that then you can really see where we have 0 FTE or otherwise no vacancies. In addition, where we do have vacancies and which positions are classified or highlighted in purple text. I do want to just speak to the 1 full-time equivalent for the extensive support needs. In previous meetings, we've discussed about the Herculean efforts of hiring and the response. We started the year with no vacancies for our extensive support needs teacher. This is actually a new position that, based on caseload sizes, we've added this last month. So I just want to note that this is not some one that has left, for example, and then created a vacancy. It's actually another FTE that we're bringing into the system in order to see if we can recruit this staffing that we know is very difficult to attain and critical to our system. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to provide some context of how the report was updated since last year.
Thank you.
For the speech and language pathologist, the 5 full-time employees that we have vacancies for, are those being filled in by subcontractors?
That's correct, yes. To meet our obligation to provide the services, we're contracting for that FTE.
So for all 5 of them?
Correct, yes.
Do we have any type of pipeline at all for people that are interested in the position?
There are multiple pipelines through our various university partners, and sometimes we have personal connections that we're posting, especially in regard to the recruitment and retention incentive. But as far as, that, it depends on honestly how you define pipeline, but we're looking towards our university partners that have programs specific for speech and language in order to try to advertise for any individual that would be interested.
And then my last question is, our pay schedule pretty competitive to bring these people in? Or to even get them to be interested, or where do we stand on that?
May I ask for clarification, just competitive in regards to what? Because
Competitive into what they could get, say, at another school, another district?
Yeah, I would say our salary schedule is competitive, for a like district. So smaller, rural, a part of the draw about working in Amador County is the community that you live in. We are not competitive, for example, with Sac City Unified School District, or Folsom. But at the same time, there are reasons for that. And the size really equates to the reason as to why. We've had conversations previously. If we look to our non-public school, not our non-public schools, our non-public agencies that are often employing the contractors that we're working with. In my personal opinion, one of the things that is a huge draw to Amador is the access to accruing years for the STRS, for our state teacher retirement system. Individuals who are prioritizing a higher rate of pay today are acknowledging, I hope, that then they are not accruing years towards a retirement pension plan. So, some of it just equates to the priorities that every individual has given their own circumstances for employment.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
On the speech and language pathologist positions, historically, is that one of our hardest to fill? I'm thinking that just of the years I've been on the board, it seems like that's always a high number.
Yes, I see Jared shaking his head yes, especially to go beyond my years of history here. I think that's consistent across the board and was my experience in previous school districts as well before coming here. One of the things I guess I would also offer as far as how competitive we are we'll talk about this actually in the district presentation later this evening, but some of what is taken into consideration is not just a dollar amount of compensation, it's how much for caseload size, like really evaluating the size of their workload. And so, Amador does have a very competitive caseload size in our collective bargaining agreements for our speech and language pathologists. So, just to take that into consideration as well.
Seems like recently every school board meeting we've had, we have the MOUs. Do we have any MOUs for any universities that might help us bring in some speech pathologists? And I know they have to have their credentials and, it's a little bit more specialized, but is there anything like that can help?
We do, and I know we do. I can't think of the ones particularly off the top of my head at the moment, but that could be something I could do a review in order to confirm, of the ones we've approved, which universities have speech and language programs or, with embedded in them. I think one of the things that I would share is, a challenge in our greater education community is the caps that universities are putting on their enrollment into speech and language programs. This is also true of occupational therapy. So for example, there's a university system, they put a cap of 10 students or 20 students, and I'm making up these numbers right now, but there's more interest is my point in regards to the number of applications for this program than we're accepting. And that's something that I think as far as like statewide advocacy and looking at for the state SELPA group that I have the privilege of participating in, we're always engaging in conversations to try to see how can we support expanding then that pipeline that you're speaking to, because part of it I think is that, you know, we're dealing with a very small pipeline right now and we want to expand it, and in order to have more but highly qualified individuals coming into the field.
Now, this last question is way off the cuff. Is there any type of AI programs or anything that help do some of these duties as far as like speech pathology?
Yeah,
This is basically
Yeah.
just curious, not asking us to go out and find a robot to do this, but
yes. The California Teaching Credentialing Commission is really the entity that drives which credentials and licensures are appropriate in order to be able to deliver the services as outlined in our IEP commitments. So at this time, there is nothing of that nature. Whether or not the CTC will entertain or consider that as we move forward, we'll have to see how the technology develops.
thank you.
In the conversation you had with Mr. Farrar, I wrote down competitive and a bunch of question marks versus contractor. Going back to that, can you help me understand, and I hope I'm going to ask this correctly, being competitive, I heard your answer regarding like Sac City and all that stuff, but what about, isn't the prices of a contractor super more expensive than being competitive, or is being competitive more expensive or less, or is it lucrative for us? Does that make sense? Am I throwing it out there correctly?
I think so. Let me attempt to respond, and then please ask another question if I'm not.
It sounded like being competitive is not what we should be doing because of where we are and what we are.
Well, I didn't intend to communicate that. I think for me, being competitive is always a desire, right? But I think what is competitive, for example, and if I may use you three as my examples, you're all speech pathologists. Depending on where you're at in your life, you may find that having a higher income rather than working for a school district is a more desirable decision for your family. And so you choose employment through a non-public agency rather than a local school district. But what you may find when you reach 62 and a half is that you really wish that you would have taken those years through a district and received a pension plan through the state teachers retirement system, right? So that's one example. I think the other example is we have some people that they have worked as a speech and language pathologist in the medical community for years, and then they decide to enter into the education community as kind of a decision of like partial retirement, and I like children, right? And so they're doing that, and it's not so much the monetary amount. Let's say they live here in Amador County. It's more important to them to not have a commute and have a lower caseload than to work in an hour away in a larger system and have the opportunity for additional funds. So I was just trying to communicate that we do want to be competitive, but what it means to be competitive to every potential employer could look differently depending on their circumstances. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, I get
Okay.
that. And then I guess I also want to ask, so is not necessarily being that competitive financially smart for the district by only hiring contractors?
Well, all of our vacancies are currently posted, so it's our preference to hire individuals. So
Okay.
we just have not received applicants in order to interview and go through the hiring
Right.
process. So it is definitely, and that was part of our intention in negotiating with the SEEK membership partners to have that recruitment and retention bonus this year is we would much prefer to have our own team members. The contracting is a response to not having those vacancies filled. We enter into master agreements with all of our non-public agencies each year, and a stipulation within that contract is that we can cancel it within 30 days. And so say we could hire someone tomorrow, right? We would pursue that and then terminate a contract without penalty.
Okay. Mr. Critchfield, do you have any questions? I didn't forget about you.
No, I do not.
Okay. Okay, being this is 9-1 is a discussion and everything else following 9-2, the Community Advisory Committee.
Yes, so just the Community Advisory Committee kicking off the year, I appreciate and just wanted to build off of essentially what Ms. Ginley's update from our chair, the report provided, was that the chair last year did notify us that just because of competing personal interests, he needed to step down. So the officers are working together in order to finalize our meeting dates for this next year, as well as trying to recruit, again, as much membership as possible and then have elections for the positions. So within the background information of this item, I just listed our current officers. So Maya Ginley is our vice chair, Alyssa Prather is the secretary, Catherine Carlisle is our treasurer, and Kelly Harris serves as the member at large. So just to make sure that you're updated. We also updated our CAC brochure in both English and Spanish at the beginning of the year. Those are also attached just for information. They were distributed to all of our sites. We're asking all of our case managers to distribute this information at every IEP meeting. Again, the work that the CAC is doing and the partnership with Coffee and Connections, it's really, we're focusing on those groups or the locations where parents are already coming together to try to help provide information that they are seeking, training or collaboration opportunities. So I simply wanted to just provide an update in regards to our CAC. You'll hear much more about them and as we move forward, because as a reminder, they're our partners in finalizing the local plan for the year.
Any board members have any discussion, thoughts?
Just a little pet peeve I have is on the English brochure, Jared's still listed as interim. On the Spanish one, he's not.
Okay, thank you. I may have uploaded the incorrect one, so I appreciate you highlighting that.
Mr. Crow. Okay, moving forward to 9.3, Compliance and Improvement Monitoring, CIM update. Dr. Hedegaard.
Okay, thank you. So this is our update in regards to the compliance and improvement monitoring process, which is a framework used as a tiered system in order to provide us with essentially a series of steps and activities for us to engage in for correction, improvement, and the development of an integrated action plan. As a reminder, the SIM plan was developed before 4 years ago, so it was before I arrived, and we've been doing progress reports on that plan ever since. And so this progress report that we turned into the state this last summer will be the second to the last one on these action items, and we'll be working with our teams and the Department of Education to develop a new SIM plan that will carry us into the next year. I'm excited for that opportunity, one, for just more engagement, in my opinion, and really to incorporate many of the great things that we're doing along the lines of collaboration with Ed Services and utilization of our early release Wednesdays. I am looking forward to making this report a little more robust. And so, but this is just an informational item. It has been accepted by the Department of Education, and I just want to continue to keep you informed.
All right. Any questions, concerns regarding this discussion item? Mr. Farrar?
No question.
Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mr. Critchfield?
I
Okay.
do have one little comment.
I forgot to tell you, Mr. Gale has joined us via
Mr.
Zoom.
Gale just appeared.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to say I'm grateful that we're noting that recruiting efforts are ongoing and that is something we have had some success with. That's all. I'm just grateful that we are actively trying to recruit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Gale. I'm not aware, do we know when the next meeting is, the next SELPA meeting?
It'll be in December, our December meeting.
So the next meeting, the next SELPA meeting will be in December
17th? 10th.
December 10th.
10th.
December 10th, and it will be at the county building.
Correct.
Fingers crossed. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thanks for taking part in it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call our Amador County Unified School District Board meeting to order. And we have everybody here. Mr. Gale is joining us from Mexico. Hello.
Hola.
Are there any public comments on closed session? No.
That's okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and move in to closed session, and we will be back out at 6:30 for open session. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the Unified District meeting. Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We are reconvened from closed session. We do not have a report out.
Just an FYI, I am here, but I cannot hear any of you.
Okay,
Now I can, thanks.
okay. All right, we do not have a report out from closed session. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do we have any, no, we already did that. Presentations and recognitions. We're gonna move on to our challenge coin recognition. So first up is Plymouth Elementary with Mr. Horchek.
Operator error. Thank you for inviting me tonight to recognize some amazing Plymouth Elementary employees. Sarah Phipps, medically fragile paraprofessional. I'm recognizing Sarah for her courage and authenticity. Our medically fragile paras must be courageous to get through the day. No previous experience working in schools, Sarah registered her children in the summer of 2023 and mentioned she was looking for work. This was the summer before Jared moved the K through 3 ESN programs from Jackson to Plymouth. I needed to hire 8 instructional aides. Have I got a job for you? She's since become our most senior and experienced ESN para. She works every extended school year and now subs frequently in the after-school ELOP program. Sarah's authentic because she genuinely cares about our students. She's honest and forthcoming about her concerns and the areas that she would like to improve in herself and the team. She thinks how she can serve her students better. Debbie Gadera, behavior intervention paraprofessional. Sarah, stay up here. You don't get to walk away. I recognize Debbie for fun. She's not only excellent at what she does, she's fun to be around. Debbie started at Plymouth before I joined the team. How many years? 13. She was a classroom instructional aide in the mild classroom. She stepped up to be our behavior intervention para this year, which also takes a lot of courage. She's an important member of our CPI Nonviolent Intervention Strike Team, and she serves on our PBIS committee. Debbie's also a member of Plymouth Site Leadership Team. She was recently elected by her peers to represent classified staff on our school site council, and she was an ACSA Employee Making a Difference recipient in 2024. Lindsay Whitchurch, a 5th grade general education teacher. I'm recognizing Lindsay for the relationships that she builds. I overheard her just this afternoon talking to some Plymouth alumni now in high school, and I could tell by the sound of their voices how happy they were to run into her and how much respect they still have for her. This is Lindsay's 12th year teaching at Plymouth. She commutes from Sacramento every day to be a part of the Plymouth family. She started as a long-term sub covering a maternity leave, then was hired as an intervention teacher. She served on the district ELD committee. She plans and executes I was going to say many, but most of our family nights, the favorite of which is our annual talent show. And she's a member of the Plymouth Site Leadership Team. Lastly, Sarah Borba, transitional kindergarten general education teacher. I recognize Sarah for her integrity and authenticity. If you know Sarah, or if you've ever met her, you know that she speaks her mind, tells it like it is, and doesn't hold much back. I've found that families respect her as a result. This year's Sarah's 37th year teaching. Her 30 in Amador County Unified. She's teaching children of her former kindergarten students. Didn't your daughter marry one of your students? Yes. Yeah, she did. Because there's a lot of them after 37 years. Sarah joined the Plymouth team 4 years ago, transferring mid-year from Jackson Elementary to teach kindergarten, and now transitional kindergarten. She is Plymouth's representative to the district MTSS leadership team, serving as our teacher lead and instructional coach. She's also a member of the Plymouth Site Leadership Team. Thank you. Right here, outside. Picture time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have food services with Mr. Pingree.
Well, thank you, board members, cabinet, Superintendent Critchfield, for the opportunity to be here tonight to recognize 2 of my employees. Before I do this, though, I would like to give a shout out to all my employees. Without their dedication to the students and what they do in those kitchens, the food service program would not run. So I'm thankful to all of them. So first one tonight, Mary Kirkwood Yates. She is, she's been with the district since 2015. She is now the cook manager at Ione Elementary. She's been recognized for a little bit from last year and her new role this year. At the end of last year, she actually ran the kitchen by herself for about 35 days while her coworker had some personal issues she was off for. And she did it with a smile. She never complained. She gave the same great service as she would have with a full staff, and I'm just very appreciative of that. I can actually count on one hand how many times Mary's been out sick in the 10 years. I think it's less than 4. So, challenge coin and a gift card to Mary. Thank you so much. Second member I'm recognizing tonight is Marlene Gomez. She has actually been, she's done every job here. Worker 2, worker 3, cook baker, cook manager, and now she's in the role of food service secretary. She is, without doubt, probably the most positive person we have in the district. I try to tell her work to stop because sometimes I can't keep up with her. But she recognizes birthdays, she decorates offices, she brings in cakes. She will go and cover any site that's needed, and she does it with a smile. No one's complained. Very appreciative of what she does. You know, their contribution is just invaluable, just like every employee I have. So, gift card and challenge point, please. Thank you. I will say Marlene tried to get out of being here tonight. So I think a speech is in order, maybe? Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Okay, next we're going to move on to our employee organization. So first up, we have ACTA and Ms. Jensen.
Thank you to the City of Jackson. I don't know that I've been in this space before, but it tells quite a story. It's quite delightful to be here. I really appreciate this opportunity for us to meet tonight. Good evening, members of the school board, Superintendent Critchfield, cabinet, colleagues, and community members. Tonight I want to speak about transparency, specifically regarding the Me Too clause that is rumored to exist within our district's agreements. First, I want to ask directly, is there a Me Too clause? Who does the Me Too clause include? Does it include the confidential employees at the district office? Does it include cabinet members? Does it include the superintendent? And if so, where is that information publicly available? As negotiators, ACTA is expected to make thoughtful, fiscally responsible proposals that take into account the district's full financial picture. But when there's a Me Too clause in effect, we are negotiating in the dark. Every increase that ACTA negotiates changes the financial impact of our offers because it triggers additional raises for the other groups included within the Me Too clause. And without knowing exactly who and how many people are affected or what their total compensation packages look like, we cannot accurately calculate our costs. When we talk about the district's budget for personnel, that must include not just salary, but benefits as well. So we ask, how many individuals fall under this Me Too clause? What are their current total compensation costs? And how are their raises reflected in the district's financial projections? That information should be shared transparently with the community and the bargaining team, because whether we intend to or not, we are negotiating for those individuals too. A 4% raise for someone earning $60,000 has a very different financial effect than a 4% raise for someone earning $120,000. And without knowing who is included in that total, we cannot truly understand the cost or sustainability of our own proposals. 2 weeks ago, the County Board of Supervisors publicly requested a raise, openly, transparency, and with accountability to the taxpayers. Right now, those benefiting from the Me Too clause do not have to do that. They skip that process of public justification and transparency. Meanwhile, our educators, the people standing before you tonight, are pleading for the ability to afford health care for themselves and their families, to afford the benefits that we deserve. Then we finally come to an agreement after long nights and difficult conversations. Those covered by the Me Too clause will receive the same benefit without ever having to stand here publicly, without ever having to make their case to the community. That is not transparency, that is not equity, and that is not sustainable for a district trying to rebuild trust and stability. We urge the district and the board to provide full disclosure of the Me Too clause, who it covers, how much it costs, and how those costs are incorporated into our financial framework. Only with that information can we truly engage in fair and informed bargaining with service that serves all employees and ultimately the students of Amador County. If the County Board of Supervisors publicly request a raise openly, transparency, and with accountability to the taxpayers, so too shall all employees of Amador County Schools. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have CSCA 239, Mr. Baird.
Hello, board, cabinet, Superintendent Critchfield. Update, State of the Union. So some good news. We reached a tentative agreement a couple days ago for our union. But as good as it was and as nice as it is to get it over with, it can't be the end, right? We know that what we were asking for was ungivable. So what we had to do is make choices to push us into the future, but we're still going to need more help, right? We haven't seen all the financials yet, right? So we know there's more money to be saved, and we're going to have to come back and ask for more again next year. And I just want you guys to know that like just because we settled on something doesn't mean that it's livable, and it doesn't mean that that's enough. We still have to push for more. We still need more, but we understand the situation the district's in. And so we're trying to work together, and we hope that that continues as we move forward. So I do thank these guys for respectful and effective bargaining. We did come to an agreement, but like I said, we've got a lot of work to do still, and we want to get our people taken care of still. So thank you guys, and anybody that's in CSEA, whether you're here tonight or watching, if you like what we put in there, you need to come vote to ratify this, because it would be a shame to lose this, what we bargained for, if we can't ratify it. And if we go back to the bargaining table, there's no guarantee that what we agreed on is going to come back. So I urge you to show up at our next union meeting and vote to pass it. But remember, we're not done. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to public comments on non-agenda items. I'm going to go ahead and read the blurb here. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic, number of speakers wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. We're going to get started. Our first speaker will be Dylan Coates, and after him will be Michael Garcia.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dylan Coates of Ione. I was here previously for the Mr. Huss situation that happened at Ione Elementary. Unfortunately, I'm here again with the situation that happened not too long ago with the students at Ione Elementary with a man feeding them grapes through a fence. Do our children matter to you by chance? Because for parents, they matter to us. And to have a man that has no students at that school to park in the parking lot, be asked by an adult that is supposed to be watching our children to grab a ball that went over the fence is ridiculous. We need transparency. I understand that the students involved with the situation that were directly handed the grapes in the case of what was being told by the school district, they're important. But the other students that were involved as well that watched the scene or could have happened to them are important as well. As parents, we should all know what's going on with our school district. As parents, we should all know what's going on with our kids. We entrust the school district with our children every single day. They are the children of the future. You guys are the ones that are supposed to protect them while we are out of the supervision of them. And the fact that that was let to happen it's sickening. And the fact that it's probably going to continue to happen, it doesn't just happen at Ione, it's previously happened at Jackson. My wife went to Jackson Elementary and there was men that had walked onto campus with no knowledge. It's a continuous thing that it seems like the children don't matter. A privacy fence is the least that you guys can do surrounding the schools, just to protect the children from being seen by outside people that no one knows. At SRO, when I went to school in Montana, there was an SRO from elementary to high school, a school resource officer. With the funding that every local law enforcement's getting right now, there should be enough to budget at least one officer per school, if not one rotating at the schools. Parking a patrol car. Ione Elementary every morning has a patrol car that helps guide traffic. Why can't there be one parked during school hours to make sure this doesn't happen again? We want transparency. We want protection for our children. My wife and I have considered homeschooling our children until this is getting resolved. A lot of other parents that are close with us have also considered this thought as well. It's starting to get ridiculous, and we want answers, and we want an outcome that benefits our children. Thank you.
After Michael, it's Frank Vargas.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't write a speech this time. Sorry. I know you guys love my speeches. They're just like, I have the best words. Anyways, so my paycheck was wrong. Again, it's kind of crazy. We're contracted employees. You would have thought after the first month that it happened that I'm teaching an extra class, my paycheck would be right. Have a meeting, paperwork gets signed, follow up, get the paperwork, and then what do you know? 9:30 at night, Mr. Garcia's check is wrong. I wonder how many other employees or cabinet members' checks were wrong. Thank God I didn't have things that were coming out that day, because I know you guys aren't going to pay my overdraft fees. You're not going to call the credit card company and tell them, hey, we kind of messed that up. You'll tell me, we'll talk about it, but there's no conversation. It's just not going to happen. Kind of like everything else. Like, I'm at my wit's end with everything that's going on. I'm shaking right now. This is crazy. I was going to quote Half-Baked and Jim Brewer and be like, I'm not going to freak out, man. But like, come on, like, this is insane. This is insane. My paycheck. That's my son, by the way, Grayson Garcia. So you get a good look at him the next time my check's wrong. Like, this is insane to me. It's insane. If the health insurance wasn't already an issue, this would be another reason why I'm not going to be coming back next year. So for those of you that are watching, if your kid likes me, sorry. Sad. I love what I do. This has changed my life. And you guys have put this terrible stain on it. And I'm supposed to turn the other cheek because that's what God wants me to do. But you know what? It's hard. It's extremely difficult. Because I wasn't brought up like this to have a professional conversation. Normally we'd go out back and we just handle it. It's just insane. This is insane. And I'm supposed to work like this. I don't even know if I'm going to get my damn paycheck right. And you want me to go to school and teach? This is crazy. It's insane. And I'm poor. At least when you guys get paid, you have disposable income. I have nothing. I have $30 in my bank account. We just got paid 2 weeks ago. And that's not all your fault. I make bad decisions like everybody else from time to time. But this is ridiculous, man. $2,800 is what I'm going to make when this is all said and done. A month. That's crazy, man. But I'm supposed to just be a good boy and take it because it's for the kids, right? What about my kid? Thank you.
Frank Vargas is next.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, staff. My name is Frank Vargas, and first, let me say that I truly appreciate the hard work that everybody does with caring for our children. I know the challenges you face. I know the sacrifices our employees make every single day for our kids. But tonight, I'm here with a challenge to think bigger, a challenge to lead. Here are the facts. At the special meeting on September 17th, 2025, it was shown that HR is on track to cost this district $600,000. That's more than $500,000 going out the door in a single year. If the Amador County Unified School District were to contract with an outside human resources firm, we could potentially cut that cost dramatically and save over $300,000 every single year. In just 5 years, that's more than $1.5 million. Now ask yourself, what could we do with $1.5 million? Here are some answers. We could finally provide better health insurance for our staff. We could put modern technology in our classrooms. We could expand music, arts, Mr. Manzano, sports, so that every student has a chance to shine. We could repair the schools and facilities that have been neglected for too long. Now, I know there is a fear. If we contract with an HR service firm, do we lose our voice in policy? Do we lose our authority in hiring? The answer is no, not if we do it right. This district could run a 2-year trial where the board and the leadership dictate exactly the policies, practices, and hiring standards that we want followed. The HR firm would simply carry out our direction under our control. And let me add this. Please do not overlook this opportunity just because the idea was brought forth by someone outside of a district office. I am not an outsider. I'm a product of Amador County Schools myself, and I now have 2 children attending these schools. I have a vested interest in this district's success. This is not about cutting corners. This is about seizing a once-in-a-generation chance to put our district on a new path. Amador Unified could go from rags to riches. We could be the rural district that proved the doubters wrong, the one that showed the rest of California what's possible when you dare to act. So I stand before you tonight with this call to arms. Take this seriously. Look at the numbers. Step into this opportunity. Because $1.5 million is not just money. It's security for our staff. It's growth for our students. It's a future we can build together. The choice is yours. Time is now. Let's make Amador Unified the district that didn't just survive, but the district that led. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Amador's Heart of Gold, followed by Patricia and Jeha.
I am short. Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Really quickly, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. You have like 4 comment cards. Are you going to talk about them? Do you just want to talk about them while you're up here? Or
Sure.
Okay.
Do I get more time, or is it limited to the 3 minutes?
Yeah, you can have the 3 minutes for each of your cards.
Okay. All right. So for my first comment would be for Amador's Heart of Gold. I am Patricia Angija, the treasurer for Amador's Heart of Gold. We are a new nonprofit serving families of children with cancer in Amador County. I want to thank everyone in the community who has donated, purchased our Paint I Own Gold t-shirts and sweatshirts, ordered pies, come out to our lemonade stands in September, and also our lemonade stand last night at the National Night Out in Ione. Our mission is to provide financial, emotional, and educational support to families affected by childhood cancer residing in Amador County, and all of your contributions allow us to help these families. Our organization was founded by 2 local Ione moms with children who have cancer. Brooks's mom, who is Ashley Costello, is a kindergarten teacher at Ione Elementary, and Jesse's mom, Anna Lee, who is heavily involved in FFA. Please be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. And even though September is over, which is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, we still go gold every Thursday to support childhood cancer awareness. So please wear your Paint I Own Gold shirts or any yellow, orange, gold shirt that you have every Thursday for the rest of your life to show your support. All right, so my next topic would be on maintenance. A staff member has shared with me that custodial staff is not allowed on roofs. All of this work is contracted out due to a maintenance worker falling through the roof of a Pioneer Elementary portable while trying to clear tree branches, but the roof was covered in snow. And we have all of this maintenance staff, and they should be able to be used to the fullest to stop the overspending on pricey contractors. At the board meeting on August 27th, maintenance did a presentation of all of the projects they completed over the summer. I truly appreciate our maintenance staff and all of their hard work. However, at Ione Elementary School, we already had 2 major health and safety issues less than a month into the new school year. On back to school night on August 12th, the playground at the front of the school, designated for TK through 1st grade, was roped off with caution tape. When I asked staff why, they told me it was because it was deemed to be unsafe for the TK students and needed to be retrofitted to accommodate them. That raised many questions and concerns. Firstly, why wasn't this work identified and done during the summer so that students would be able to utilize the playground at the school year? Secondly, is it unsafe due to new legislation? If not, that would mean it was unsafe last year when TK students used it, my daughter being one of them, and could open the district up to litigation for allowing children to play on an unsafe structure. And thirdly, when will the work be completed? To my knowledge, it's still not done, and it's almost 2 months into the new school year. As I mentioned at the board meeting on September 16th, there was a flea infestation at Ione Elementary. They did treatment that Friday, August 29th, but, hold on one second. But only 2 of the rooms that they knew of at the time. The following week, more teachers and students reported incidents, and it seemed to be affecting a majority of the portables in the back of the school. I wonder why more rooms weren't investigated for treatment, and it wasn't given over the 3-day weekend for Labor Day instead of having the then cancel school on September 3rd, very last minute. I'm just wondering why pest control isn't done routinely, or if it is, why this would have happened on such a large scale. I know myself and many parents express a lot of anger and disappointment when these issues come up, and it's because these things happen so frequently. If this was the only issue in a long string of calm, normal school operation, I think you would see a lot more understanding. But given that the other major maintenance issues, transportation issues, financial issues, staffing issues, healthcare issues, it is overwhelmingly obvious the district needs a major overhaul in all respects. On a happier note, I would like to commend Ione Elementary Principal Mike Huss for stepping up that Friday. He had 2 major things that were out of his scope of work, one of which was my daughter's bus broke down on the way to school, and instead of waiting for a new bus, he took it upon himself to walk to where the bus broke down and walk the kids the rest of the way to school so they wouldn't be late. Then as the flea situation unfolded and maintenance was busy handling that the entire day, Mr. Huss took it upon himself to be janitor for the day and take care of the routine upkeep so that maintenance staff could take care of the flea problem. I wanted you all to be aware of the amazing things that Mr. Huss does for Ione Elementary, and I'm hoping that more admin staff at the district office will join him in making a real difference for our students outside of just sticking to job descriptions. All right, next topic. These have all been piling up because I wasn't able to make many public comments at previous meetings. Transportation. At the August 27th board meeting, Trustee Farrar commented that the district is doing everything they can to get and keep bus drivers. And we were told by the cabinet that they have all routes covered plus 1 sub. And I appreciate the hard work to get the transportation situation turned around, as it was absolutely terrible last year and is much better. However, if staffing is sufficient, I'm wondering why the rotating cancellation schedule was implemented again, not to mention on the the day right before school started. I understand it's treated like a victory to send out the message, good news, the bus is in operation today, but many parents, myself included, already had to prep as if there would be no bus. That means time off of work, finding other people to take the kids to school, and if you have that situation, you're lucky. And while that is better than a last-minute cancellation, it still causes a strain not having a set schedule. Transportation staff also noted that the report on August 27th of having all routes covered plus 1 driver was actually untrue. They are still short 3 to 4 drivers and used subs. I'm unsure if this is deception or simply ignorance as to why the cabinet would report something different than transportation staff, but either way, it begs the question why they are reporting incorrect information. A potential solution is that all admin and teachers' aides should be certified to drive buses to give them a full day of work and eliminate split shift issues that have been told to be the cause of not being able to retain transportation staff. To tie in transparency, the district added multiple new stops to my children's bus route over the past few weeks and did not inform parents. This has led to them being dropped off up to almost 30 minutes later than scheduled in some instances. When I spoke to the driver, they assured me that drop-off time should not change, that those were isolated incidents regarding discipline of students breaking rules. But it doesn't take a genius to understand that more stops equal more time. And I'm fine with adding more stops, but I want this to be communicated honestly and promptly with parents. We have a major communication problem. Just tell us what's up and we can schedule accordingly. After another few days of bus still dropping off, 10 to 20 minutes later, I called transportation and spoke directly to Director Paul Bracco. I explained the situation and how it had been over the past few weeks, and it seemed like he just wanted to excuse it as there being a sub-driver that day since our normal driver was sick. So I pushed back, stating again that it had been going on for some time now. I made mention of the new stops being added, and he seemed to have no idea what I was talking about. I usually speak to Brandy, who is much more informed, seemingly more invested, which makes me disappointed that the director doesn't seem to be. He said that he would do some research. I got an email the next day confirming the same pickup and drop-off times as I was given in the beginning of the school year, and got a call back from Brandy affirming this. And yet, this past week, it has been dropping off at least 10 minutes late. Today, it was 15 minutes late. And I would just simply appreciate better communication in the future from the transportation department. All right. Next comment is on hiring practices. So as you'll recall on the August 27th board meeting, I did bring up information I had heard about staff being retaliated against by Dr. Palazuelos, as well as his treatment of staff members. I shared with the board in February a newspaper article about him leaving his previous district and the public's thoughts on him as well. He seems to have a pattern of this behavior. Dr. Palazuelos has a troubled past with resigning from superintendent positions mid-year from 2 different school districts, Sonoma Valley Unified School District in fall of 2022 and Fillmore Unified School District in March of 2021. He received payouts of a portion of his contract, and this amounted to 6 figures. Sonoma County Office of Education reversed the decision of hiring Palazuelos due to a pattern of dismantling key efforts of equity in the districts he served. His dismantling of the parent university program at El Verano Elementary, an educational equity resource for special education and English language learning to communities that was unique to the district. The Food for Al Comida para Todos program for El Verano, an essential food distribution project that served children from families in need, particularly those experiencing problems getting food during the pandemic, was restricted and blocked. Under Palazuelos, there was an attempt to disband the parent and student-led special education advisory committee, but when the effort failed, there was a second attempt to remove parent involvement and restructure CAAC as a district-controlled entity. So I'm just wondering, with all of this as public information, news articles, why did ACUSD hire him in the first place? My speaking out has led to many staff members contacting me to tell me their stories on various topics. Chief among them is how they have been treated by Dr. Palazuelos. One such former staff member shared with me that Dr. Palazuelos tried to force me to resign. I even had a parent of the Fillmore Unified School District reach out to me to let me know how much he negatively impacted their school district by costing the district almost $170,000 in legal fees when he tried defending utilizing 20-year-old curriculum. He also tried to get a principal's credential rescinded even after they were no longer employed by the district. I do hope the board takes action in a timely manner to reassess the employment of Dr. Palazuelos at ACUSD. All right, let's see. And last one. Whereas I understand the importance of discussing items and having all chips on the table prior to making decisions, so a situation like how consolidation was first approached is not repeated, since the board typically only meets once a month, all of these discussions and no actions on them make a year or more go by before anything is done. We see that with consolidation. It was presented in 2022, and here we are over 3 years later with no progress being made toward consolidation, and yet the school sites remain in dire straits health and safety-wise, like in the article from May of 2022 regarding the deplorable conditions of Ione Elementary, which seem to light the flame for need of consolidation, and yet no progress has been made in either way to improve the schools or consolidate. Although I called for it at the last meeting on September 17th, I have yet to see any action items for district admin staffing to be reduced, district admin salaries to be reduced, progress either towards consolidation or improving the significant health and safety issues at all school sites if they are to remain in operation, Specific actions to be taken in order to drastically decrease spending by the district, such as canceling contracts, eliminating duplication of services and redundancies, and most importantly, coming up with more funding for the district to have a larger contribution to the health insurance increase so that teachers and staff don't have this unreasonable and very heavy burden placed on them. I would appreciate the board prioritizing these as action items in the next board meeting on October 28th. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is Casey Gualtieri. I think that's how you say it. Casey Gualtieri. And after that's Ronnie Gold.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here today to talk about something I believe to be very important. I'm going to quote some songs, and I'm going to apologize in advance for the following words, but if they are cleared for high school sporting events, then I guess I'm allowed to say them here. The following was played at the flag football game on October 28th at Amador. The following is from the song Yeah by Usher and Ludacris. She had me feeling like she's ready to blow. She is all up on me screaming, yeah. I'm on the prowl, I'm going to milk the cow. I won't stop until I get her in her birthday suit, off with her clothes. If she ain't gutting, then I put her on foot patrol. I want a lady in the street, but a freak in the bed. While the event was held, the junior novice and junior novice cheerleaders were running the track as part of their practice. I was only around because I was watching my 8-year-old practice with his novice football team. The next day, I emailed the athletic director regarding this being approved for high school events. I got a short response letting me know he would contact the announcer of this event. The announcer immediately called me, and we had a great conversation about this, and I could tell he was truly concerned. He wanted me to know that the staff at Amador did not condone this type of thing. He said he would have the coach talk to the team. I know this occurred because the next Thursday, the song was off the playlist. However, my celebration was short-lived. As I was driving away from dropping my son off at football practice, the song Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses came on. Some of us might think, what's wrong with that song? I didn't know. I've been listening to it since the 90s. You got to listen to what it's actually saying. If the suggestive noises that are made during the song don't flag it as inappropriate, the lyrics should. You are a very sexy girl, very hard to please. If you've got no money, honey, I've got your disease. You can see the bright lights, but you won't get there for free. I want to hear you scream. While that might be a little tougher to decipher for some, I think I have a pretty good idea of what it's all meaning. So what are we doing? Should I not care? Do we not care? I turned my car around and right to the announcer booth to speak to him. He told me it was actually the girls who were allowed to hook their Bluetooth onto the speaker and therefore were the ones in charge. Really? Okay. Let's put 15-year-old girls in charge of choosing what is appropriate to listen to. Let me tell you what my 15-year-old self would have done with this power. Exactly what these girls are doing. I would have slowly tested the songs to see how far I could take it, and boy did this get taken far. I would have thought this was funny. I would have pushed and pushed until I found the limit. Now, this is not just happening at Amador, so I'm sorry if it feels to Amador that I'm pointing just one finger. I have a student at Argonaut, and I was told that Yeah was played at football games there as well as other inappropriate songs. There are also songs like this played at school dances. I emailed the athletic director again, but did not get a response this time. Anyway, this is ridiculous that this is happening. I was embarrassed of my mom too, getting up and doing this whole thing when I was in high school, because it was the big Johnson shirts that were a big deal. And my mom was told that was freedom of speech, that the high school boys could wear a woman being dragged by her hair across somewhere with little hearts going around her head. That was freedom of speech.
Sorry, ma'am, your time's up.
I understand, but this is ridiculously that this has been going on and we're just washing our hands of it. Like, we're gonna put 15-year-old girls in charge.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up. I wouldn't come in your home and
Well, I'm
disrespect
just
your
saying
rules.
this is not freedom of speech, it's filth, and something's gotta be done, or I'm gonna keep going.
Thank you.
All right. Ronnie Gold.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Gold. I want to go on record and say that I did not speak to Jeannie Jensen before I put this together at all. I did this with my own brain. Just so happens we're speaking on the same topic. For this specific comment tonight on non-agenda items, I wanted to discuss our district's Me Too clause. It's my understanding, which I could be wrong or off on this subject because I don't have a ton of knowledge in this area, but our district has a clause that basically states if the teachers get a raise, it extends to our administrator positions as well. I don't want this to be a dig in any way, shape, or form towards our administrators, but given the times and the challenges that we are currently facing, I was wondering or suggesting if this Me Too clause could be either renegotiated within contracts or revoked at this time in order to build back trust and better relationship between our district and the staff. It kind of is like a morale booster. My hope is that if administrators are out of the pictures, there will be an increased chance that staff can receive a raise since the financial burden will not be as large because we can factor out administrator salaries. I'm not saying this would have to be a forever thing. You can re-implement this clause when the district maybe becomes more stable at a time, but I do think this would be a step in the right direction, a show of good faith almost. I couldn't find a ton of specifics about this clause. I'm assuming it's either something inside each individual contract or maybe some type of verbal agreement or understanding. But I just think that it would help maybe build the bridge back together for the meantime. I know I have a little bit of time left, and I actually wanted to commend, not condemn, Kayla Parker, because they recap that you guys do at the end of all the meetings. I always like that part and listen to what you guys say. I want to commend you on speaking up for yourself. I don't like that. Sometimes you guys do get crazy hyphy people calling you and saying crazy things. I'm a face-to-face person. I don't like the keyboard warrior stuff. I do see that from your guys' aspect. We are all a community and we see these things. We see each other on the street. And so I do appreciate you adding that tidbit in there. Don't ever apologize and do not ever feel bad for stating those things because they need to be continually stated. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Idame Isatalo.
I see so many kids that I taught out in the audience, so it's kind of fun for me. My name is Idame Isatalo, and I've been here in Amador County for almost all of my career, since 1989, and this is Sarah Borba. We've been here in Amador County working together and collaborating for many, many years. There is something that weighs heavy on my heart. I definitely want Amador County to continue with its wonderful tradition of raising students that go on to accomplish great things, as I know many of the students that I taught and that have grown up here are doing and will do. My own daughter, to be included, a scientist working at Lawrence Livermore Labs until she decided to raise a family. But while I want new young teachers to come and want to stay and to get a livable wage, I also feel for the families, people that moved here, and teachers who are struggling in this financial crisis. But I also feel for us old folks that want to retire. So this is my letter. I am here tonight to ask the district and the board to consider a 28th step on the salary schedule. Honestly, I'd like to see a 30 and a 35th step also. This step will create a future for those most committed to teaching for Amador County Unified School District and stay the longest. It honors our commitment and it incentivizes the young people to want to stay. It is not costly, as you might imagine, because it's a high standard to meet. Not that many of us are that loyal to our school district and stay as long as, I say it's a bad habit. I just keep getting up and going to work every day, and I'm lazy because I don't look for another job. But the truth of the matter is, I love my job, and I love what I do. And you could ask probably a dozen of the young people in the room, and they'll tell you, she really does like it. You know, I enjoy my job, but I also worry about my future. This move to add a step 28, 30, 35, it's not gratuitous. It keeps your employees from jumping ship, as many did last year, and as I know many plan to do over the next few years if things don't change, which is very sad to me. It's not a secret that STRS retirement program pays based on your salary, and we can't compete with other districts, so many teachers do leave just to increase their retirement. Imagine your salary 12 years ago. Now imagine it being exactly the same today, and you have to pay everything that you've been paying all along, house payment, car payment, all of those things. Obviously, with inflation, you're just making less each year. This decision doesn't just affect us veteran teachers, but it will affect all the teachers who choose to stay. And to be excellent teachers, you have to teach for a while. Doesn't happen normally in the first year or two.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Consider the 28th step.
Thank you.
Okay. Last we have Tracy Hinman. Oh, Tracy Hinman. Oh, she didn't hear me. Okay.
I'm taller than she is. Is it on? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Good evening, board, cabinet. I really expected a whole lot more people talking about the insurance, but they didn't. But I'm going to talk about a different aspect because you've heard enough, or maybe not. You might hear more. The insurance is tough. It's tough and it's hard and all of those things. But besides moving on, one of the steps in moving on is going to be for us as a community, from my perspective, us as a community working to get those agreements with the hospital, get those agreements with the doctors, get those agreements that there's more than just two plans, not just gold and platinum. So when the Alliant representatives met with us some months back, one thing that they said was, well, you all who are receiving this insurance have need to go and say, we go broker it. I'm not exactly sure how we do that, but they said, you've got to talk to your doctors, you've got to talk to the hospitals, yada, yada, yada. And so then when we had the health fair, the people from CalPERS, when I probably didn't say it in the nicest tone, but I'm like, how do we, this is not good. You only give us two opportunities here, two plans, and in other districts, they have a whole list of plans. And they just said, well, you got to go to the CalPERS board meetings, and you got to speak at their open comment. And so what I have found out is that their next CalPERS board, and I'm saying this because I think a lot of people are listening, the next CalPERS board meeting is November 17th. It's actually a 3-day board meeting, 17th through the 19th. One of those days, they talk about our health insurance. And so I'm hoping that there will be some board members and some cabinet members, some community members, some hospital members, some doctors who will go and speak on behalf of Amador County, because and we just be that squeaky wheel and say, CalPERS, you have got to give us a better deal here in Amador County. And so I'm, to be perfectly honest, I don't have all the details. I don't have all the exact time or all of that. I'm hoping that our Alliant partners, because they're a little more versed in health insurance, might help us out, or you as a board, that we can figure this out, and that we as a community strong go and be that squeaky wheel and get a whole lot better health options for us here in Amador County.
Clarifying question. I'm going to ask a clarifying. Can you hear me? Ms. Hinman, I'm going to ask a clarifying question. Do you know the location of that meeting?
Yeah, off the top of my head, no. But I can get that to you. I found it's in Sacramento, but they also on the website I found when you looked for contacts, it listed all the board members, but there was no way to contact them. But it's in Sacramento, but it did also say you could phone in comments. So I'm thinking there's some kind of virtual thing, but I'll get that to you. And sounds like you're partnering with me, Mr. Marzano, and possibly, and we'll get some others with us.
I just wanted a clarifying question to be asked. Thank you.
Sign you up.
I just got bones.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 12, the consent agenda. We do have a public comment on this one, so we'll get started with that. Patricia and Jeha.
I have returned to terrorize you. All right, so on the warrants, in just the first 3 months and 2 days of the new fiscal year, the district has spent over $40,000 on Amazon purchases, over $20,000 on various consultants, over $55,000 on bus and vehicle fuel, over $130,000 on various construction and maintenance contractors, over $115,000 on printer and copier supplies, over $90,000 for Amador Water Agency, over $110,000 for AT&T, over $280,000 for PG&E, almost $50,000 for Jackson Department of Water Resources, over $315,000 for workers' comp insurance, over $630,000 for property and liability insurance, over $2.14 million for health insurance, over $80,000 for Amador College Connect, over $35,000 for student attendance software, almost $30,000 on Aries, and ELOP still hasn't been integrated into this system, although the prior system, ProCare, was eliminated. Almost $200,000 on various educational software, over $30,000 on Transact Communications bus tracking, $16,000 on athletics data software, almost $5,000 for AI detection software, almost $75,000 for CDW government IT products, about $25,000 for two-way radios, over $20,000 on Apple computers, over $35,000 for enterprise vehicle rentals, over $25,000 at Greenhouse Megastore, over $65,000 on Ford vehicle loans, over $60,000 in various associations and memberships, almost $500,000 for BNY Mellon Wealth Management, over $55,000 for Lozano Smith Lawyers, and almost $35,000 for Perry and Villarreal Special Education Lawyers. Since the board is apparently only permitted to discuss expenditures on the current meeting's warrants, a few questionable expenses I would like the board to ask about is one from September 19th from MGM Transportation for $5,530. I think this was the transportation company we were contracting with last year, but if we're fully staffed with transportation, which we're not, I'm wondering if that was maybe a charter bus, but regardless of that fact, why wasn't one of our many buses from our fleet used instead? And another purchase from September 26th for Astra Manufacturing for $2,353.15. Doing a quick Google search, it appears that this company manufactures espresso machines. Why is the district buying an espresso machine? If it's not for the culinary arts, it better not be for some office. Although I asked for many action items to reduce spending, I see none on this agenda. I hope there will be action to significantly reduce our spending in the very near future to resolve the deficit, reverse the track we are on heading to insolvency, and get more funding to offset the increase in healthcare costs. I therefore ask the board to make it an action item on the next board meeting's agenda to place significant restrictions on district spending. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just go down the line. Is there any questions on consent, questions or comments on consent? We'll start with Peter online.
Thank you. No, I don't have any questions. I do appreciate that we were given the single plan for student achievement, or the SIPSA, for Argonaut High School. There is a space there for a third goal on that SIPSA. There's nothing there, but I assume that's because the other two are prime in importance. But no other questions or comments.
Okay. Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
On the warrants, when we have 7 pages, is there any way to, I don't know whether it's, I know it's already busy, but add a column that will distinguish, is this a annual cost, quarterly, semester? I don't know. It just, we got this one, we have 7 pages. And when you read it, you can easily get lost on, okay, is this something that sprung up on us, or is this something that we do annually, monthly?
Is this coming on? Can you hear it? Okay.
Yeah.
So are you just asking if there's some way we can modify this report? I don't believe we can add any of those features within this report itself. It would have to be something separate.
Or is there maybe you could add like a narrative on, or can you color code anything? I don't know. It's just, it might help us
this is
in reviewing it, especially because, we're at the budget crunch that we're at. It might help streamline some of our questions.
Okay, we'll definitely look into it for sure.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. James?
I had emailed some warrant questions to Mr. Norton earlier, and I did it in a really odd way, and it's kind of goofing me up right now with trying to backtrack to find those warrants. So I'm going off of your returned email, Mr. Norton. One of my questions was the Christie White Inc.
Yeah, so Christie White Inc. is our auditors. So they're the ones who perform our end-of-year audit for our financials on both the district and the county side. So they were actually here last week working on our books.
Okay. And did you get my return or my reply to your email that says that when you reply to my questions about warrants, and then I realize, oh my gosh, you've been saying these for many board meetings of what they are. So I apologize if my questions are repetitive about warrant items. The other one is huddle. I did have a question about the huddle fee for $16,000.
Yeah, I still need to inquire further with athletics to the specifics of the second part, but it is a video analysis software that is utilized by multiple sports teams and multiple programs.
Okay. When do you think you would have that info?
Sure, I could have by the next meeting.
Okay.
I can tell you, I believe it's our yearly expense, and I can tell you that Huddle has cameras in both of our football, soccer stadiums, and also our gymnasiums. So any of the sports that participate in those playing arenas have access to everything that Huddle does for recording games, coaches for analysis, players, and everything else through Huddle. I also want to say we can add this as a key. It helps. It doesn't answer all of what Shane was asking for, but I think it's also important to note that the column before the dollar amounts, that gets confusing because we work in a budget code world. It says fund object. Okay, so the first 2 numbers on there are the fund that it comes out of. If it's 01, then it's the general fund. If it's a number other than that, then we can put a key on there to show you, where that's coming from. Like, for example, one of the Amazon purchases on there, it's warrant number 600,79755 on September 19th. Notice that's Fund 11, not Fund 01, for $13,124. Okay, that's the adult ed program. So the adult ed program is adding a medical class, and we have high signups for it, and there's a lot of equipment needed to run that. So that's coming out of restricted funds that are set aside only for adult education. So there's a little bit on there. It doesn't answer all your questions, O'Shane. I don't want to paint that picture either, but looking at the fund is a good starting point. And so again, 01 general. The problem is many of our grants also come out of 01. So for example, an espresso machine, That was from the Career Technical Education Grant. It's a general fund expense, but that grant comes to the general fund, and that was for the Amador High culinary class. Okay, and so we can work on some of those things to make these more clear, but a good starting point is the fund, so you can see that first.
I think the reason I brought that up, I think try to be more efficient for everyone to do the review. If we spend weeks and weeks on every time of hours on reviewing this, well, that's not very efficient either, and we're wasting time on other things. So if there's any way, including the fund object, if there's some kind of a footnote that can help us distinguish where it's what, and regarding the espresso, I would expect with the number of eyes that are on the district that there would not be anything coming through that would be considered to be sketchy or be considered about, someone's trying to take advantage of the district. So that's why I brought it up, that if we can streamline our review, it'll help not only us, but also help the public know that we're trying to be efficient.
No, I agree. And this is a report pulled directly from our financial system. So it does the legwork on this. And so we can absolutely look into, are there other ways that it can show this same data to see if it better informs you?
Thank you.
About that huddle warrant, who is in charge of making sure we're getting the bang for our buck, or at least what we're paying for?
So Huddle's managed by our 2 high schools.
Okay. So it would be like athletic directors?
Athletic directors, principals, yeah. That's
okay. All right. The other one that I had emailed Mr. Norton about was the Allied Benefit System for $598,680.
Yeah, and this one, again, is our third-party administrator for health and welfare benefits. This included premiums and an allotment for claims during the run-out period as we finish off our self-insurance medical.
Okay. I did some Google fingers with this one, and I automatically assumed, because of the picture that's on the website, a bunch of walkie-talkies. I was like, what the heck? That's a lot for walkie-talkies. The Silk Comm Solutions, Inc.
Yeah, it goes by Silky. This is our annual subscription for Silky Communications. It's for our transportation fleet. And it also provides GPS functionality for the different fleets, so we can more accurately track all of our fleet.
So I think we're having...
Okay. Do you need me to repeat it?
That's for transportation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other one was, it was not concerning, but it kind of like sparked my attention. I saw numerous food warrants, and that's when I had asked you about the funds and so on. And then it just so happened he talked about the numbers, and that's also what you emailed me about. But I had saw all the food warrants, and I was curious what those were all about.
Yeah, in many cases, they are for just that food, but there are some that are equipment purchases. We're actively purchasing the equipment that we discussed in the prior fiscal year.
And those come out of the food service funds?
Yeah, food service
right.
Fund 13.
Fund 13, okay. All right, I appreciate you getting back to me when I asked questions about the warrants. Thank you. That's all that I had regarding the warrants.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments on here?
One more question following up on what James brought up. I think you said 16,000 for the huddle. Is that split between two high schools?
That's just for one.
That's for one high school?
Correct.
Okay. But both of our high schools are using the huddle?
That is correct.
Okay.
So just to clarify, do we actually pay $36,000 a year for huddle?
32. Yeah.
32, sorry. Math. Anyway. As you can tell, they do the budget. Okay, so that would be double the cost. Got it. All right, any other questions about consent? Comments? Student board members, any questions or comments? No? Okay. All right, then we would just need a motion for consent.
I move to approve item 12, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and then the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 13, communications. We do not have any. So we're going to go on to our action items. 14.1, an MOU with National University, Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees, board president Parker. What you have before you is the MOU with National University. It has two different types of MOUs. One is the paid internship, that would be for someone working under an intern credential, and the second is for an unpaid student teaching, and that's someone going through the what we would call the traditional path of becoming a teacher and becoming a student teacher prior to receiving their credential. This particular MOU would expire June 30th of 2030. It would be for student teaching, education administration, internships, or school counseling practicum. And we are excited to be able to have another partner to be able to work with on any prospective new educators coming to the Amador County Unified School District. And we recommend it.
Okay, any questions or comments on this item? Peyton?
No.
Claire?
No.
Peter?
No, just grateful that we continue to make partnerships that we can find teachers.
Okay, Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
Double what Peter said.
James?
Nothing.
I don't have any questions on this either. We would just need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item 14.1, MOU for the National University.
Second.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead with the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 14.2, public hearing for sufficiency of instructional materials, 2526. Ms. Horn and Ms. Critchfield. Mr. Critchfield. Okay. Education Code Section 60119 requires that local governing boards hold an annual public hearing and adopt a resolution stating whether each pupil in the LEA has sufficient textbooks or instructional materials in reading and language arts, mathematics, science, and history, social science, aligned to content standards and consistent with the content and cycles of the curriculum framework adopted by the State Board of Education. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And then we just close the public hearing after. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, and then we're on to item 14.3, sufficiency of instructional materials with Mr. Critchfield.
Yes, I am covering for Mrs. Horn tonight. She was okay with letting everyone know the reason her daughter is about to get married. So she is out in Montana dealing with that, as she should. And so she conducted all of what we would refer to as the Williams visits that fall under this education code. And again, this is for sufficiency of instructional materials. The second attachment on this document shows you our grade level board-approved texts for each of those 4 content areas that were listed. Many times we refer to those as the core content areas: math, science, English, and history/social science. And so tonight we are recommending approval from the board after conducting all of those visits. The goal is to determine whether or not all students have access to the appropriate curriculum, which would include, if needed, the students being able to take those instructional materials home. And so the conclusion was that our students do have access to all of those board-approved curricula that are needed for those 4 content areas for all grade levels. And we recommend approval of this item.
Okay, we'll just go down the row. Any questions or comments? Peyton?
No.
Claire?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any questions on this either, so we would just need a motion.
Motion that we approve item 14.3, sufficiency of instructional materials resolution.
Okay.
Second.
All right, and then the vote. Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 14.4, MOU, William Jessup University. Dr. Palazuelos.
Thank you again, trustees. This is another memorandum of understanding. This particular one is for a teacher preparation program with William Jessup University. It would be to provide student teaching, assisting, and observation experience. And the term of this particular MOU would go through October 9th, 2030, if approved by the board. And staff is recommending approval on this.
Okay, any questions, Peyton?
No.
Claire?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
Nope.
James?
No.
I don't have any further questions. We would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 14.4, MOU, William Jessup University.
Second.
Okay, and the vote. Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on to item 14.5, unaudited actuals 24-25. Mr. Norton.
Oh my God.
Thank you, board. Can you hear me better from here? Perfect. Okay, so tonight I will be presenting our unaudited actuals for fiscal year 2024-25. And Haley, it's not going when I press it. And it is on. Oop. Yep, we're good. All right. Before I begin, I did want to say a quick thank you to our business office team who helped put this together, as this is an all hands on deck effort. Really, it requires to make sure we have all payments, journals, accruals, and really that our books are fully closed as we finish off the prior fiscal year. Specifically, I wanted to call out our fiscal analyst team, Lydia Cooper, Terry McCory, and Amy Martz, who are instrumental in ensuring we are closed accurately and on time, but really it's a full staff team effort. So I really appreciate my whole team for doing this. So beginning with purpose and timeline, unaudited actuals are a legally mandated report due by October 15th to the CDE each year. Typically, districts provide this report to their county office by September 15th, but since we're a single, we actually are on the county office deadline, so it is October 15th. So that's why we're presenting this here as opposed to a different timeline. Then whereas in many other presentations we have, such as interims and adopted budget, we're normally talking about budgets. Well, in this case, we're talking about actuals. This is what we have done for the year. So at this point where there's really nothing we can change, this is basically a report to you on how everything went for the fiscal year. And then this is the foundation for our fiscal planning as we move forward. Now that we have the actual numbers, our budget was built a lot on, these are our estimated actuals. This is where we think we're going to finish. But now we're here, this is our actual actuals. And so these are the hard figures that we now use to help us inform for our budget going forward. So when we hit first interim, that's when you'll see these numbers really come into play as we move forward. And then overall, it's just a performance review as well. So you'll get to see where we did revenues, expenditures, et cetera. So as noted, this is a part of our budget cycle overall. We had budget adoption back in June, the 45-day revision in August, and here we are in October for the unaudited actuals. And so what this does, as I mentioned before, does lead to that first interim date. And so that first interim, too, is the first time the board will really review and certify our 25-26 fiscal year budget as either positive, qualified, or negative. And so as well, this also looks at for our audit preparation. We talked about Christy White earlier. They were actually out here last week. They've already started looking through our figures as we go through this. So this will, again, be something that will be due in December. And so then that will then be presented to the board in January. So for revenue components, the district overall received a little over $60 million. Basically, of the revenue the district receives, As it typically is the case, the district sees the bulk of this revenue from the local control funding formula, or the LCFF. In essence, this formula is dictated by the state that determines how much state funding a school district will receive in a given year. And you can see we kind of have it broken out by how much of this was state aid versus how much of this came through with the local county taxes. In addition, we had the federal revenue come in at about 1.4 million, other state at 7.9, and local revenue at 2.5. That's the total there. And you can see clearly here on the chart that the vast majority is the LCFF revenue. So what I also wanted to provide was a revenue comparison. So you can kind of see year-over-year perspective, as well as kind of how it lines up with our 25-26 budget, but really more so the difference between our 23-24 and 24-25 overall change. And so from the LCF revenue side, despite a 1.07% increase in our COLA this year, we actually did see a decline in overall LCF revenue. This had to do mainly with the fact that our ADA figures went down from what we initially thought. So then we also see this, however, trend does not continue in the out year, as we do see it increasing pretty significantly from 24-25 to 25-26, with the 2.3% COLA and the TK add-on helping to increase that figure. Then on the federal fund side, this is really where our title funds, our CSI funds are. These went up slightly, just a little over $100,000. Other state one-time funds from prior years went away, so some of this and some of as well of our recurring that we normally receive. So like one-time funds, for instance, our discretionary block grant, we had it all last year, so we did not receive any more in 23-24. We also saw lower amounts coming in from our transportation reimbursement and the amount that we received for our ELOP program, as well as, this is just an in and an out, but our STRS on behalf also went down. So then we do look, though, to the next year. We do see it tick back up. This has to do with the enacted budget, and one of the things that became a part of that was the new support, student support and professional development discretionary block grant, which will help move up our other state revenue for the year forward. And then in terms of other local revenue, the MTSS grant ended in 23-24, and so that's the main culprit for the decrease there. It was about $300,000, and then we also had a little bit of a reduction in our SB HIP grant from that year to the next. And then you do see a transition to our 25-26 fiscal year. Some of those pieces come to play when you look at, we had the Cal SHAPE grant this year. That was one time, and additional revenue came off the books with our SB HIP as well. So then when looking at our operating expenditure components, overall we had $62.7 million in operating expenditures for FY25. This chart shows the percentage split between our major expenditure categories. And just to run through them real quick, we have our certificated salaries. In large part, these are our teachers and certificated administrative salaries. Classified salaries are a large part of our support staff, as well as our other classified and confidential positions. Employee benefits are just that, they're benefits. So the statutory benefits we have, whether it's STRS or PERS or the medical, unemployment insurance, et cetera. Then books and supplies are the tangible supplies for operations of the district. This ranges from books to fuel to even Post-its. Operating expenses are generally services in support of the district operations. So you're thinking utilities, insurance, legal fees, service contracts, et cetera. Capital outlay are major pieces of equipment or construction that we do. Capital outlay, like this past year, 24-25, we saw quite a few roofing repair projects, as well as a community outreach vehicle that was purchased, as well as some other CTE greenhouse projects that were at multiple sites. Other outgo is a few different things, but can be tied to our debt payments, so thinking the solar payments, COP, buses, vans, trucks, et cetera. In addition, there are also pass-through funds that hit there, so funds that we receive on the district that then get passed over to the county side. So there are plenty of things going on there.
Question, Mr. Norton?
Yes.
Sorry. Under books and supplies, does that include any kind of student technology refresh, or is that something somewhere else?
No, that would be included there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And as an example of the other outgo as well, what I'd mentioned was district funds going to the county. One of the programs that we have that we run on an annual basis, the ELOP program, for instance, the district funds actually come in through the district and then go out to the ELOP program, which is actually run by our child development department on the county side. It basically then provides the services back to the district students. Okay, and so this is the same chart, but it's just kind of broken out so you can see what the big piece of the pie is. As you could imagine, it's going to be salaries and benefits for us, and so you kind of can see that reflected in here.
Real quick,
Yes.
if this is just a more condensed chart, how come the books and supplies number changed, the operating expenses number changed, the capital outlay number changed, and the other ALCO number changed?
Well, that is definitely a typo, so I'll have to look into exactly what that is, but give me a second. I have the official number, so I'll have you that for you real quick.
Do you know which ones are right?
Well, I'll tell you in 1 second.
Ken, what does it say at the top of your sheet that you're looking at?
It says assembly eboardsolutions.com.
Can I come look?
Okay, so this slide right here is the correct one.
Used to.
So when I merged the other cells, I must have caught that one.
745, 2721, 8.
So just follow
Follow this one? Okay.
And the way to confirm which ones are correct too is we had submitted the SACS form, so that Form 01 is what would dictate what this is. So it is this slide here, the one that is correct.
So disregard this, look at this.
Yeah, this one is incorrect, this one is correct.
So just out of curiosity, what am I looking at? On the board agenda that I got sent?
I'm going to come over there real quick just to see what you're seeing, if that's all right.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you very well.
He just wants
I just want to see what you're seeing, if that's all right.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
As you can see, the numbers just aren't matching.
Yeah, that's why I don't know what happened with this slide. It's pointing to bad numbers. So this one is the correct because if you pull Form 01, which is the tax report that actually has the actual numbers,
Okay.
you'll see they align with this one here. I don't know what happened here, so I apologize for that.
Okay. But are they right on here? On the
They
big,
are
on the
this first one.
Okay, so on the second one up there, it'll be wrong too.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
So
Thank you for that clarification.
yeah, and so just to confirm for everybody else, this is the correct slide here. When these got merged together, it kind of screwed up the formula. So apologize for that error and confusion there. And just making sure. Okay, so this final slide, though, that has the comparison is all correct as well. So with the comparison, let's get to that sheet here, sorry. So with that, you'll see that our certificated salaries went down from 23-24 to 24-25, and is expected to continue down that a little bit in 25-26 as well. There's a slight increase to classified salaries from the prior year to the current, or at least from 23-24 to 24-25, and then as well as the slight decrease in employee benefits tied mainly to the decrease in the certificated. Books and supplies went down by about $310,000. This is just reductions in different operational budgets and grants that were spent out. Operational expenditures slightly increased over that prior period due to insurance cost increases, grants that were spent down, as well as utility increases. And then capital outlay decreased quite a large portion. In 23-24, we had D-zoned that were put together, or at least that were renovated at the different high schools. And so that went away in 24-25, so you see that dramatic decrease there. In 24-25, we had the roof repairs, as I mentioned before, the vehicle and the greenhouse. And then that goes down quite a bit in 26. We had the vehicles lined up with the initial budget, which you still see those reflected there, but obviously with the board taking action on that before, that will be gone with interim. And then so total overall, and other outgo, the year over year, relatively unchanged, but you should look at the FY 25-26, this is where you then see the 1.6 million contribution that goes to the county office, as we had talked about at budget, the 540,000 going to the COP, and then the 150,000 that was directed at deferred maintenance. And then total overall, the expenditures declined from FY 24 to FY 25 by 2.3 million. In terms of just a general fund summary, this is just an overall snapshot of our general fund, restricted and unrestricted, so you can kind of see a comparison of the two. Overall, the district did deficit spend, so you'll see a negative 2.3, almost 2.4 million. but when you have both combined. The one thing I do want to comment on here that might be a little confusing is the contributions piece. This is the amount of basically general fund dollars that are being contributed to restricted funds, and specifically this is more geared at about 5.5 million going toward special education specifically, and another 2.3 million going toward restricted maintenance. Essentially, the district is required to spend at least 3% of their general fund expenditures toward routine restricted maintenance, and so this is a contribution reflecting that. So then our ending fund balance from 24-25 went down by 2.4 million as referenced in the previous slide, leaving us with 5.98 or roughly $6 million in ending fund balance after 24-25. 2.215 is unrestricted, 3.7 is restricted. And so one thing I do want to note on this slide that we added on here was adding in the current balance, at least at year end, for the certificate of participation, the COP project fund. So you could see that at the time was 15.8 million, almost 15.9. And then the COP other funds was at 1.3 million. The other funds include a lease repayment fund, a COP issuance fund, and a reserve fund that is required to have for the COP. So this is a year-over-year view of our fund balance over the years. You could see where this kind of leaves us with the unaudited actuals at this time. And then our projected FY 25-26 budget next to it. And then we have our reserve requirement. The district is required to meet a state mandated minimum of 3% for all general fund expenditures. And so you'll see we spent the 62.7 million. That reserve standard of 3% requires us to at least have 1.8. And when it's all said and done, our reserve for economic uncertainty is 2.088 million, leaving us lower than the prior year that was at 3.2, but our reserve percentage is 3.3. So obviously we still have some changes to make, some answers and things to go with. We'll talk about that in the moving forward section, but obviously some key areas of improvements we've already discussed before. One thing that's nice with unaudited actuals too is it's really a time where we look at where we ended up with our other funds. Fund 11, as Jared kind of mentioned before, is our adult education fund. That actually grew in its fund balance from the prior year to the from 23-24 to 24-25. Our cafeteria fund increased by about 1.2. Our capital facilities fund grew. This is where all of our developer fees go. And then we have Fund 35, school facilities, which really just was through interest, grew to 521. And Fund 40, which is where the COP funds are held. So you'll see that kind of grew just a hair. So just to note, the reserve requirement, there is no reserve requirement for these other funds. But basically, if they ever were to fall short and we were looking to spend out of them, then we would have to cover it with general fund dollars. So this is just kind of something to keep in mind as we go through these. And so then we have, moving forward, as noted before, first interims, our next checkpoint here, or it's around the corner. It'll be presented at December 10th board meeting. It'll be the first time, again, the board certifies our 25-26 budget and reviews our updated multi-year projections that we have at that time. And then where we are is answering key fiscal questions right now. And we've kind of gone through quite a few of these, which is consolidation, the COP payments, filling our contractor-filled vacancies, the one-time utilization deficit spending, and then just keeping an eye on our enrollment trends and ADA, as that obviously has a major impact on our funding and what we're receiving that we can then utilize. External factors still that are out there, obviously they're of less importance in their current state, but obviously something to always keep an eye on, the state and federal interactions and how that's all going, and then just intergovernment challenges as well. And so I do expect to have an updated fiscal stabilization plan because each of these checkpoints we like to have one. We're looking forward to having it at the November 12th meeting at this time. So at this time, this concludes the unaudited actuals presentation, and I'm available for questions, and we recommend that the board approve and certify the unaudited actuals.
Okay, we're gonna go down the line and see if there's any questions or comments. Peyton?
No.
Claire?
No.
Okay. Peter?
Yes, on the final slide where it says addressing key fiscal questions, consolidation impact and COP payments, the line says the absence of anticipated benefits from consolidation is currently exerting pressure. Now, maybe I missed this, but I don't think I've ever seen a clear dollar amount stating what those anticipated benefits of consolidation would be. So I'm requesting that at some point we have clear monetary impact for the variously considered consolidation scenarios that help us to anticipate what we potentially could be saving by this. And if that's premature and wait till December, that's fine. But I'm hoping with anticipation to know what those anticipated benefits potentially could be. Thank you.
That's a lot of anticipation, but yes, the plan is to have that coming up here in, I believe, the next board meeting.
Okay. All right. Ken.
So I have what might be a silly question. Also on the last slide, addressing key fiscal questions, where we're talking about filling contractor-filled vacancies, where you say reducing annual staff churn. Churn is turnover?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Shane.
Do you have any current information as far as enrollment trends? Either Jared or Robert?
You want to touch on that?
Just the reason I'm asking is people throw out numbers and make it sound like we're booming and we're going to double in size overnight. And
I hope so.
Huh?
I said I hope we double overnight.
Yeah, we
would
don't.
agree.
That's not what I'm seeing. That's going to be part of the presentation next board meeting to give you more detail on enrollment. Just in a general sense, enrollment is pretty flat compared to last year. Not any significant increases or decreases. We have seen an increase in TK students, but that is more directly related to the fact that this is the first year where all 4-year-olds are eligible for TK. And so that doesn't inform us that we actually have more students by the time they get to the first obligatory grade level, which is first grade. But obviously that's nice to have more TK students, and they bring in LCFF revenue. The state did a TK add-on as they reduced the ratio, and so that's been beneficial. But we'll have a more detailed analysis on that. But like I said, in a general sense, we're pretty flat.
I think maybe that might have been mentioned previously, but I just
okay.
get a refresher.
Yeah,
So
for sure. And we'll have detail by grade level next board meeting.
Okay. James.
Yeah, I actually had the same question and concern that Mr. Gale had with the absence of anticipated benefits comment in the addressing key fiscal questions, because I think it's been 4.5, maybe 4 months that I've asked for the comparison of the savings, consolidation, and current, if I could see that. Yeah. So I had the same question. So it'll be here next board meeting? Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other questions on this. Does anybody else want to add anything before we move on to a motion for this?
I make a motion that we approve item 14.5, unaudited actuals 24-25.
Second.
Okay. And the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Maybe I misheard it, but with the motion on the table, does there need to be a correction to the slide or the presentation? No?
The forms were correct.
Okay, okay.
Good question.
Aye.
Okay. Good question. I'm also a yes.
I don't think the forms are correct.
The
On
SACS
your
forms
presentation and on the one I have on my iPad, they're exactly the same.
No, the SACS forms are correct, and the one slide on the presentation, actually the 2 slides on the presentation were exactly
Okay, sorry, my
It
bad.
was just the one slide that merged them all together that's messed up.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we're good to go.
So for clarification, that motion did not need to be I move to approve with
It
the
did not.
correction of, okay.
Yeah, as long as the SACS forms are correct, that's really what you're doing. This presentation is put together to kind of tell the story of what those forms mean.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to be on item 14. Yeah. Did I vote?
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm a yes. I think I did vote. I did vote, but just in case, I'm a yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Okay. 14.6 is our job description, mental health therapist with Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity. So what we have presented here before you is something that was brought to our attention through a regular audit of the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. They determined that we had a position that was incorrectly identified as certificated, as it does not require a California teaching service or administrative credential. In working with the commission, they advised that the role is more appropriately designated as a classified management position. Accordingly, the proposed job description that is before you no longer includes a California credentials requirement or preference and properly assigns a role to the classified management unit. The position will, however, continue to require state licensure as one of the following: licensed clinical social worker, licensed marriage and family therapist, or licensed mental health counselor. We have 2 individuals that are in this position. There will be no loss to pay. The only thing is the change from certificated management to classified management based on the direction we received from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And it is my plan, pending board approval, to be able to set up time to meet with each of the individuals so that they have all information related to this, as well as any work we'll need to do with them with respect to state teacher retirement system or CalPERS retirement system work. At this point, we're recommending approval on this job description for mental health therapist.
Okay, so we'll just go down the line with any questions or comments. Peter?
Okay, so maybe this is very obvious. First of all, thank you for being responsive to what the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing dictated we needed to do. Appreciate that. But even if a person is in a management position, especially something as sensitive as this one, if a lawsuit were to be filed, the district's insurance for liability would still cover this person. Is that correct?
Yes, Trustee Gale, to provide more clarity, all employees of the district under their service are indemnified and protected with legal support. The only exceptions to that rule would be if they're an individual that's committed any level of wrongdoing, that it comes through an investigation or information that is shared. But they would be indemnified and protected, correct?
Thank you for helping me understand.
Okay. Ken?
No questions.
Okay. Shane?
Could you report back to the board? I'm not sure if you can do it publicly, but can you report back if there's any issues or what your discussions with these 2 employees that are impacted by this?
You know, Trustee Crow, with all respect, it would be, I would be something to have to work with our superintendent on as far as how I would communicate that, since it's only 2 employees. So
I know it's not.
It'd be a little out of the norm. But I will assure the trustees that pending approval, if it is approved, this is something we'll have additional work with them because of a payroll matter involving contributions to the retirement system. And so once that is all done, I'll work with the superintendent and how we communicate that.
Yeah, I think mainly just to make sure that these 2 impacted employees feel that they're being heard and there's a mutual understanding on what this impact is.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. James?
No.
I don't have any further questions on this item either, so we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve item 14.6, job description, mental health therapist.
I'll second. Okay, and then the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 14.7, the admin salary schedule. We do have a public comment card for this one. Patricia Angiha.
Hold on one second. Sorry. I got to get the handy dandy stopwatch ready. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening again, everyone. All humans make mistakes, even subject matter experts, geniuses, and world leaders. However, mistakes are typically few and far between and are easily forgiven due to their rarity. This district namely the district office admin staff, seems to have mistake after mistake, and yet there has been no penalty. They have an unexplained loss of over $700,000 on last year's audit. They don't keep the website up to date. They issue a bus cancellation schedule the day before school starts. They don't approve calendars until the last minute, so parents need to scramble to get early release Wednesday pickups figured out. They report information incorrectly or don't give the full picture. They don't report revenues alongside expenditures when giving a deep dive budget presentation, among others. These isolated incidents are understandable and forgivable. Put all together with the many other missteps is inexcusable, especially given, yet again, their exorbitant salaries. At the previous board meeting on September 16th, I shared with the board the salary information I gathered from Transparent California for our district office admin staff, and it shows that 16 out of 35 of them have a six-figure salary, and this doesn't even include the 4 that have no record on Transparent California since they likely started after 2023, which is the latest year they have data for. Also note that 2023 was 2 years ago, so those staff members have likely received raises. Should someone who harasses staff and teachers, or someone who can't prepare board reports in a thorough, accurate, and informative manner, or someone who answers questions mostly as, "I am not sure, I will have to look into that," and then never follow up, or someone who hides behind lawyers instead of giving generic information to invested stakeholders, should those individuals be making over $100,000 a year? Should this agenda item have longevity raises of 5% written in every 5 years, starting at the 7th year, when teachers' COLAs have not been fully passed down to them and are spent on who knows what? I'm not sure if this agenda item is supposed to cover the admin salary report Trustee Marzano requested at the board meeting on July 23rd, almost 3 months ago, but it doesn't seem like it, as it doesn't give a full picture of the amount of the district admin staff we have or their specific individual salaries. Although I asked for more action items to reduce spending, I see none on this agenda. I believe that the first step is cutting admin salaries, and therefore I ask the board to consider having an action item on the next board meeting's agenda to reduce the amounts on this salary schedule, eliminating the 5% raise until teachers are guaranteed the same and also given their full COLAs, and go the further and more needed step of demanding all district office admin staff to have salary reductions and possibly having positions eliminated as well. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get into the item, the admin salary schedule. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This is a companion item to the last item here in reclassifying the mental health therapists. They are moving from the certificated side of the admin salary schedule to the classified side. And so this salary schedule change reflects that transition.
I'm going to be opportunistic with this item. I'm just going to be clear about that, just based on comments that are made, because I feel like certain things need to be cleared up. This has absolutely everything to do with the change in the item that was just approved with the mental health therapist. However, there's a couple things to keep in mind. Administrators, once they begin a school year, we cannot reduce their pay mid-year. That would be a violation of Education Code and Labor Code. We cannot reduce individuals' pay. When we have opportunities to reduce, as the board approved a couple board meetings ago, when an administrator left us and we didn't fill the position, we absolutely can save money there. I'm going to address the Me Too clause since it was brought up twice. I would hope that Mrs. Jensen would meet with me to discuss this. This is the first I've heard her bring this up. What has happened historically, and I will just speak to the last probably 15 years. People can fact check me if they want. But more often than not, when ACTA was given a raise, the administrators were given an equal raise on their salary schedule. It required that the board approve those salary schedules. They just didn't automatically happen and appear. You have to have a board-approved salary schedule. And so each one of those times, the board elected to do that. I am not aware, and I will go back and double check just in case I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure. Most of the time I like being 100% sure when I speak at a board meeting, but I am 99% sure there is no written Me Too clause anywhere for any administrator. So what that means is if deals are made in the future, the board would have the option to not give raises to administrators. Historically, that has been the case. So I don't want people to get that convoluted saying, oh, there is a Me Too clause. Just because the board repeatedly did that doesn't mean that a Me Too clause existed. It was just the board's way of moving things along with administrators. And I can't speak to past superintendents, to past board members. I'm just saying that's the history. But as far as there actually existing a Me Too clause, this is what the board approves. They approve an administrator's salary schedule. And each time there is a change, and this one is a change from one position from certificated to classified, each time we make a change, it has to go to the board for approval. We just can't automatically do things. And I hope that clarifies some of the things that were said this evening.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So we're just going to go ahead and go down the list and see who has any questions. Peyton?
Not at this time.
Okay. Claire?
No.
Peter?
No questions.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No, I don't have any questions at the moment.
I don't have any questions on this item either, so we would just need a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item 14.5, nope.
7.
The admin, .7 admin salary schedule.
Second.
Okay, and then we will go ahead and with the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 14.8, establish dates of regular board meetings for ACUSD for the 2025 calendar year.
Yes, this is adding an additional board meeting on in October, on October 28th. That is a Tuesday. We normally meet on Wednesdays. At any regular board meeting, the board can update its schedule. There are multiple reasons for why we want to add this additional meeting. The main reason has to do with what has been going on with labor. As you understand, Mr. Baird, I mentioned tonight that we reached a tentative agreement. That tentative agreement was reached on Monday. It was not possible to go through the processes that need to take place of ratification, state review, and everything else prior to this board meeting this evening. This allows us as a board allows the board to be able to approve, if all those other steps take place, to approve that at this board meeting if it's added to the calendar. It also leaves the window open as we're continuing with ACTA and have another date on the calendar in the hopes that we can get a deal with our teachers union and get that on the board meeting agenda for October 28th. We will be discussing more regarding consolidation as well. And we have plenty of things going on where it seemed necessary to add another board meeting for October 28th. And there are no other changes. The board, this can get confusing in a school year, but the way a board is set up is board calendars are approved on the calendar year, not on the school year. So you'll notice this only goes through December. At the December annual organization meeting, at that board meeting on December 10th, we would bring forth the calendar year 2026 board meeting schedule.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Questions or comments quickly on this one? Peyton?
No.
Claire?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
Nope.
James?
None.
I don't have any questions, but I will have, make sure to send a reminder out to update the school website with our meeting date and time and location on all of that so that we'll be back at the county for that date. But I just, the conspiratorial side of me wants to make sure that that is made very clear that this is happening. We are talking about this right now also. Okay, so we would just need a motion for this item.
Move to approve item 14.8, establish dates of regular meetings for ACUSD for the 2025 calendar year.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. Next up, that was it for our action items. We are gonna move on to item 15, our discussion items. We're moving on to 15.1. Consolidation considerations, 7 through 9 and 10 through 12th grade model. Mr. Critchfield, Mr. Cagle, and Dr. Hedegaard. We do have public comment before this. So we'll go through these cards first. Okay, first up we have Ronnie Gold.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Gold. I don't know how to get up here and not sound redundant or regurgitate everything that I've basically been saying for the past 3 years, but here I am. I feel like I'm in a unique position because I've been able to attend so many meetings that dealt with consolidation over the last 3 years, but I've really gotten to just absorb all the information. From the beginning, it's felt very car salesman-y to me, like you're trying to sell me this car and now I just want to get off the lot. I try to place myself in your guys' shoes and see things from your point of view, and I do remember those initial meetings when we were being sold the High Country Tahoe consolidation plan. I remember many teachers, staff, parents spoke in favor of this plan, how top tier our sports and education alike would be, and then the bond failed. Now, plans have quickly changed to a lower Tahoe model, the Z71. I wish during our Z71 phase that those that spoke in favor of our High Country consolidation plan would have come back to let you know that this is not what they spoke in favor of and that they didn't stand by the new plans. Because from your point of view, if they didn't come back, it's easy to assume that those people are still in favor. Now that leaves us to today. We are not being offered the base model Tahoe. We are being offered to trade our base model Tahoe in for a hoopty. This hoopty cannot afford many more miles and won't have a ton of room for new passengers. This hoopty is so old, it gets to bypass smog, AKA the environmental impact report, which we have yet to see. I think it would be wise for us at this time to hold on to our base model and invest in it. I was here when we spoke of our High Country Tahoe model, getting board members and student board reps and citizens excited about what colors and rims we were going to choose. But when it came time to go to the finance room for our monthly payment, we couldn't afford it. So we said, that's okay, we'll take the Z71. Finance with a high interest rate, and at least we will still be able to get a new car. Except we don't have a new car, and we still get to make our monthly payment despite having a car. Had we have never drove onto the car lot, we could have been investing in our base model Tahoe the whole time. I am begging you to please consider all angles of this plan, from an education, sports, finance, safety, etc. You're never going to be able to convince me that a Spanish 4 class with 18 students is better off with 36 in the room. You're never going to convince me that cutting sports opportunities in half will be better off for this community. Speaking of sports, I don't know what came of the CIF meeting today, but we did not ask to be placed into this new pond. Someone guaranteed CIF that we would be combined by this time and preemptively put us in this new pond. Not going to come out and say who put us in the pond, but it was Tory. If there's pressure being put on you guys now, and that it's necessary that we combine due to these previous decisions, I really hope we stand our ground and grab the Mustang by the reins. That is it. Also, the numbers for ION enrollment are not sitting flat. We're sitting fat down there. We're busting out the seams. That's all.
Okay. Next up, we have Joel Madashaw.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Critchfield, and Cabinet. Not for qualification, but rather as a matter of fact, I've been blessed to coach hundreds of Amador County kids over these last 16 years, including multiple sports from U6 Rec League soccer up to Argonaut High School softball. I've had the opportunity to personally witness the positive academic and athletic transformations these programs provide. When looking at the data, it seems like a lot of sports might technically survive a merger. Things like wrestling, swimming, cross country, golf, and track, but survive doesn't mean thrive. Keeping a varsity roster on paper still wipes out opportunities at the fresh, soft, and JV levels where most actually learn fundamentals, build confidence, and fall in love with sports. Then you've got the programs that would definitely lose players. Football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, softball, soccer, tennis, even flag football. A merger would leave a catastrophic number of kids with nowhere to play. And when you cut a kid, you're not just benching them, you're taking away exercise, mentorship, friendships, and structure after school. Those non-league alternatives, such as comp and travel ball, sound real nice until parents realize the cost or kids just quit because it's too complicated. Fewer roster spots means fewer total athletes, period. A softball program with 56 players across 4 teams, 2 at Amador, 2 at Argonaut, would drop to no more than 28 after a merger. That's 28 kids cut. And since many SVC teams don't offer fresh, soft, or JV for numerous sports, the lower level kids just disappear. That's not just an athletic problem. Sports are tied directly to better grades, attendance, graduation rates. The kids who need school sports most, those who can't afford comp travel teams, are the first to lose out. Take away that structure and you're not saving money. You're pushing those costs into counseling, social services, and discipline issues later. We also can't ignore what's lost culturally. Rivalries, community pride, booster involvement, all of that disappears when teams merge. Sports are often the public face of a school, and when that fades, so does local support and volunteerism. The logistics make things worse. More travel, later nights, more parents missing work. The farther practices and games get from home, the fewer kids can participate, especially the younger ones. Add that to the loss of leadership roles, fewer captains, fewer JV coaches, fewer opportunities for kids to learn how to lead, and you start to see that consolidation affects far more than just team rosters. Even financially, the savings don't hold up. You'll pay for new uniforms, field upgrades, compliance costs, arguably transportation costs, lost booster revenue. Those one-time reoccurring and hidden costs will likely erase whatever the district thinks it's going to save. There are smarter options. Share administrative roles, merge schedules for transportation efficiency, partner with boosters, reevaluate coaching stipend amounts, target specific costs instead of cutting entire programs. The goal should be preserving access, especially for the kids who need it most. So as a community, we should be asking, how many students lose opportunities by grade, gender, and income level? What's the real cost when you factor in these negative impacts? Let's push for transparency, actual community involvement in the process, and phased approach before making irreversible cuts. Because this isn't just about school budgets, it's about whether our kids get to learn teamwork, stay engaged, and have a chance to succeed. And just my last 2 cents, I've heard the word equity thrown out a couple of times tonight. It is not equitable in any way to eliminate half your athletes' positions. Thank you.
All right. Jason Kazad.
Board members, Jason Kazad. I've taken the time to review CEQA laws and how it applies to the new consolidation plan, and I want to raise some serious concern before any further action is taken. The California Environmental Quality Act does allow for small schools to be exempt from full environmental review, but only if they stay under a 25% increase in capacity and do not cause significant new impacts, especially related to traffic, parking, or safety. Even if this plan technically stays under that 25% limit, converting Amador High School, or Argonaut, into a 10th through 12th grade campus changes how the site functions in ways that absolutely affect traffic and parking. Nearly every student on campus will be of driving age and will require parking access, and merging upper grade students from both schools will double the number of vehicles on the site overnight and on the surface roads getting to the school. Amador High currently has only 233 striped parking spots. The new 10 through 12 campus would serve about 900 students and about 80 staff, which means we're looking at roughly 450 to 500 cars on campus every day. That's a deficit of 200 spaces, about 50% parking shortfall. That kind of shortage would lead to an overflow into nearby neighborhoods, long queues at arrival and dismissal, and increased safety conflicts with pedestrians and buses. Under CEQA, those are considered secondary environmental effects, and they must be evaluated before any project moves forward. We've seen how this plays out in other districts. In Save Our Schools versus Barstow Unified School District, the court struck down the district's attempt to use CEQA minor additions exemption because it couldn't prove that its changes were truly minor. The district claimed it was under its 25% threshold, but it had not evaluated the real impacts on traffic and parking. The exemption was invalidated, and the project had to undergo further environmental reviews. The message from that case is clear. Even if the project seems small, it can't rely on an exemption when it creates new or different impacts. And that's exactly what's happening here with Amador's 10 through 12 consolidation. Therefore, before the district moves forward, I strongly urge you guys to pause all consolidation plans, especially merging athletics, until environmental review is complete and compliance is conformed to. Once athletics are merged, it will be nearly impossible to undo without disrupting students, coaches, children, programs. These are long-term, irreversible decisions. Taking a careful, legally compliant approach now will protect both the schools,
preserve our community traditions, and ensure fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Okay. Our last card is Lacey Womack.
Okay, I wrote it down. So I'm raising 2 children here. Is this on? Okay. I live here because I want my kids to grow up a big fish in a small pond. When my son was 5, we started wrestling for the Folsom Bulldogs. It's a community-based program open to any athlete. He wrestled there for about 3 months, and when football season started, I had my son walk up to the coach and tell him, "Thank you," because we wouldn't be back for some time. The coach looked me dead in the face and said, "You cannot do that. He's a good wrestler. He has to wrestle year-round, and there is no such thing as a 3-sport athlete anymore. You have to choose." I smiled and thanked him, and then we walked to the car. I told my son, "Where we live, you will be a 3-sport athlete." Our goal isn't for him to become a professional athlete or even a college athlete. We want a childhood full of friendships, teamwork, success, pride. This is what a small community offers him. When you combine the schools, you combine the sports teams, and there is no way around it. There will be fewer boys that play football, fewer cheerleaders that cheer, fewer kids that make baseball teams, less kids that play soccer, hundreds of kids who lose out on opportunities every single year. What do you offer these kids who no longer can make the team? What will they do with their free time in this county? Are you happy with hundreds of kids spending their afternoons burning daylight at Comanche Lake or hanging out in Taco Bell's parking lot? You're talking about taking away opportunities for growth, belonging, purpose, and this should concern every parent in this community. What sports teams do the 9th graders play on if they're at the junior high? Are they considered freshmen? Are there freshman teams in these leagues to accommodate those players? What about the athletes that in 9th grade are good enough to play on JV teams? Does that go away? Is that no longer an option for these kids? Can I respectfully ask what's going so well at either junior high that anyone feels adding an entire grade level, eliminating half of the sport opportunities, would somehow make them better? I ask you guys to really take a look around this room, which is not anywhere near as full as the people who support me on this, and just understand that we're parents of children in these school systems, and we don't want this. Thank you.
Okay, so our first presentation is special education with Dr. Hedegaard.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? All right, good evening, board, colleagues, and Amador community. Thank you for the opportunity to share information about how reimagining our secondary campuses can unlock potential for the special education programming in our community. The first 2 slides in this presentation highlight a variety of acronyms that you will see throughout. As I've mentioned previously and we've discussed, it is well known that education has its own language, let alone special education. So I will do my very best throughout this presentation not to use acronyms, but I do include these so it's a reference for you as we move forward. Okay, as many of you are aware, Amador is unique in its structure, and the visual above highlights that where most local education agencies are in the state of California are 3 separate entities. You'll have a SELPA, a county office, and a unified school district. Amador is all 3 in one. This is especially unique as we discuss finances, compliance processes, and program. An example of this is special education program options. In most areas where a county office of education is separate from a district, The special education programs that will be offered through the county office would provide a higher level of support for services. In Amador, the extensive support needs, or ESN programs that we often reference as our county programs. And I would offer that in actuality, those programs are serving our students that are enrolled in Amador Unified School District. So a more appropriate reference to those would be regionalized district programs. It just happens to be that the regionalized extensive support needs programs are staffed by our employees who are employed by the Amador County Office of Education. And while this might seem like semantics, in the legal responsibility to provide special education placement to a student, this is an extremely important distinction. There we go. So today, the objective for this presentation is as follows. The participants will receive an overview of the legal commitment that local education agencies have to students who qualify, and also understand opportunities presented by reimagining secondary school configuration and unlocking potential. We're going to begin with that special education fundamentals, which will be important to keep in mind as we go through this presentation. State and federal law, for the most part, inform a foundation of expectations for local education agencies to provide special education. The federal law, Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act, and various California education codes address expectations for everything from timelines, areas of eligibility, parent rights, protections in cases of student discipline, etc. There are three key expectations in the law, however, that I want to highlight this evening. The first being that every LEA is responsible for providing a free and appropriate public education. The key to that, first, of course, is free of cost, and appropriate has to be defined by the individual needs of the student, which is why we have individual education plans and teams work to identify that student's needs in order to design the program that will best serve them. And best serve them, I mean offer them access to their education. FAPE, so the acronym for that is FAPE. It's hard for me to not use acronyms, I apologize. So FAPE must be provided to a student in their least restrictive environment. The baseline for a least restrictive environment is always your general education classroom, but it's also to be offered at your child's school of residence. Therefore, anytime you remove a student from the general education placement, you are making their placement more restrictive. At the same time, if you cannot provide a program at their school of residence and you're saying you have to travel to a different school in order to access a program, you are again making it more restrictive. An example of this would be, let's take a second grade student that's at Pioneer Elementary. If that student is offered today a program at Pine Grove and offer a placement at our extensive support needs program, the offer of FAPE is restrictive not only because we're removing the student from their general education classroom for probably the majority of their day, but it's also because they are being required to attend the program at Pine Grove, and it's not available at Pioneer at their school of residence. The third key expectation is child find, and it's our responsibility to identify, locate, and evaluate students with disabilities. The key here, though, that I want to note is that this is our obligation whether it is through interventions or providing special education services. The next slide is just a visual example of what a continuum of placement options could look like, from least restrictive to most restrictive to the right. What some people would find surprising in this visual is that home instruction, which would often be independent study or home and hospital, could be argued to be the most restrictive setting. And the reason for that being is that their students are home alone. They don't have access to any general education or same-aged peers. So all of that to say, this is just a sample, but it's, I think, a nice visual in order to try to summarize what I was saying on the previous two slides. So, as we reflect and consider our responsibilities outlined in state and federal laws that a local education has to our students with disabilities, one commitment that can be easily misplaced amongst all of those terms and acronyms is that our special education students are general education students first. We should always start with what's being made available and provided to general education students. And this is the foundation of our MTSS, or multi-tiered system of support structure. As you'll recall, the MTSS framework is the framework that Amador has adopted in order to implement our strategic plan. It focuses on academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and research-based interventions, and it's available in tiers from intensive to becoming more intensive with each tier. So, all means all. With that foundation of knowledge, let's consider how reimagining secondary school configuration would unlock possibilities. First, Education Services previously has presented information about how reimagining secondary school configuration could accelerate the district's ability to meet various objectives in our strategic plan, specifically data-driven staff engagement and systems of support. Understanding that students with disabilities are general education students first, we're going to revisit some of those benefits and also take a deeper dive into the other three objectives. In the last 2 years, Amador has made significant progress towards Objective B and defining systems of support within that MTSS framework. For the 25-26 school year and under Superintendent Critchfield's leadership, 4 key initiatives have been outlined to move our work forward. Quality first instruction, common assessments, adult professional learning, and targeted student supports. This slide displays visuals of actions that are currently happening on every campus in our district in each area. So quality first instruction, all staff have received professional learning in the area of universal design for learning, or UDL. And UDL is a set of principles for curriculum and instructional design that aims to reduce barriers to learning and provide equitable access for all students by offering multiple means of engagement, representation, and action and expression. Common assessments. All staff currently have access to the Renaissance Star assessment platform, and for our extensive support needs population, the unique learning system to deliver, collect, and analyze student performance in English language arts and math. Adult professional learning. Amador is in its 3rd year of implementation for Early Release Wednesdays and works collaboratively with our bargaining units in order to collect and analyze feedback from these adult professional learning offerings and ensure effectiveness and alignment with our initiatives. And targeted student supports. Amador is in its 2nd full year of implementation of Coordination of Services Team, or COST. While the work of identifying student supports will never end, having the established collaboration processes prioritized highlights the commitment to this work. The main takeaway from this slide is to show that the district strategic plan, our key initiatives and actions are being developed and implemented in a way that is inclusive to all students and staff. All means all, and students with disabilities are general education students first. So, this principle is especially important when you consider our student population. This slide highlights our current enrollment in the district in blue, the percentage of students who are eligible for special education in orange, and the number of students who are currently being evaluated for special education in gray and may become eligible. Currently, almost 20% of the student population has an individual education plan. That percentage, when compared with statewide averages, is high. The statewide average is closer to 14%, and because we are a county office of education and we are servicing infant, preschool, and adult transition, we would expect to see another percentage, maybe 2 to that number. We still exceed that overall percentage. What that tells us is that we have a high population of students with high needs, but also that we need to be reviewing our school-wide systems and processes to offer more in less restrictive environments. This slide and the next two slides will most likely look familiar to you as they were taken from the Education Services presentations that were previously provided. The top bullets for all students highlights opportunities for all students when reimagining secondary school configuration. They include pooling resources, increased collaboration between teachers by having them on one campus, creating greater coherence in program learning outcomes, and expanded electives and course offerings. The bottom bullets in italics show that these benefits will also provide benefit to our students with disabilities and the staff who serve them. Two areas that are not previously mentioned and specific to special education that I'd like to discuss further are for our mild to moderate populations. The new school configuration would have more special education teachers on each secondary campus. This, in collaboration with site leaders regarding improved master scheduling practices, would expand the opportunities for co-teaching partnerships. Co-teaching is when special education teachers and general ed teachers are assigned to one course, allowing for general ed instruction as well as specialized academic instruction to be made available to students in the same classroom. This is what and continues to be a very popular service delivery model within our teaching community and has not been able to be possible as much as everyone would like the last few years due to shortage in special education teacher staffing, but also how spread out our teachers are across the different campuses. For our extensive support needs students and staff who for the first time this year have courses designed to allow them to work towards an alternative pathway to a diploma, those courses could be expanded even further. This visual reiterates what I've already discussed and was previously presented by Educational Services. In particular here, I'd like to remind the community of the opportunity to expand and enhance the career technical education pathways with reimagining the school secondary configuration. Again, this visual reiterates what I have previously discussed and was also presented by Ed Services before, but the past 3 years, the special education department as a whole has worked extremely hard in regards to presenting more professional learning and collaboration opportunities for staff that serve our program. Whether you're a mild to moderate teacher, extensive support needs teacher, paraprofessional, or an aide, or one of our many designated instructional service providers, such as occupational therapist, speech, or teacher of deaf and hard of hearing. Distance is always been an obstacle for special education because in the majority of circumstances, you're serving multiple sites. We have one teacher of the deaf or hard of hearing that will serve our entire county. So the consolidation of campuses presents an opportunity. We know that
May I ask a question about the previous slide? I'm very sorry to interrupt, but can I ask a quick question?
Sure, yeah.
Can you help me understand what you mean by under the implementation bullet where you say potentially using a school within a school model?
Under the implementation, it's crucial to implement. To be honest, I don't know. It's crucial to implement 7 in the configuration thoughtfully, potentially using a school within a school models or other strategies to address the specific needs of different grade levels.
Is it related somehow to your earlier statements that potentially offering additional elective courses or other courses, pathway courses that are tailored toward these students that we can't do simply because we don't have critical mass or enough students to justify the course, or is it more complicated than that?
I would honestly, so this was a slide that I wanted to reiterate the main points from what Ed Services was providing earlier. I honestly, I would have said a program within a, within a school. So I can follow up and then get back to you. But I think in general, what I'm trying to stress is by the expansion of having more courses available on a site, there's the potential that then we can align those courses within that alternative pathway to a diploma to offer our students who are eligible for that pathway. As a quick reminder, it is already a very small population of students who have to qualify for the alternative assessment and be on a modified curriculum. But to offer them more inclusive opportunities and more coursework within that graduation track is where I'm trying to highlight the opportunity.
Got it, which could of course include hands-on CTE type opportunities as well.
I will definitely hope so.
Could that be referring to simply location? Like you referenced before, that they're not traveling, maybe you have a program within a site that's more expanded and provides more opportunities?
Yes, definitely. I think with the teacher, though, of deaf or hard of hearing, my point is they're usually delivering a service. That position falls underneath our designated instructional services, like occupational therapy. So they are literally traveling in order to meet all of the students that qualify and provide them with a service. So having fewer campuses just logistically presents a savings in travel time as well as expenses for them to be able to go across. And I'll actually talk about that a little bit more when we talk about facilities.
I think it was also a reference, because again, this was from the Ed Services presentation about the potential with North Star Independent Study Program and running that program directly out of the campuses at the potential junior high and high school locations. So I think that was, it was a reference to that as well.
Thank you. So kind of going right along for expanded CTE, we know that students who are engaged in their school community have stronger performance outcomes, greater sense of belonging, and fewer behavioral challenges. Actions such as increasing elective wheel offerings, expanding career technical education, and being able to offer a unified sports program are some of the ways that student engagement could be enhanced. I do want to recognize that unlocking potential in this area of student engagement would be building on a foundation of inclusivity, which is well underway. The picture highlighted on this screen was taken this past month when Argonauts Ag Leadership class hosted the extensive support needs staff and students for an ice cream making lab class. The Ag Leadership coordinated the lab partners, and all of the students did an amazing job guiding both staff and student guests through the activity and various get-to-know-you icebreakers. Following my presentation this evening, you will be receiving a presentation more detailed regarding athletics, in which this topic will be touched upon again. However, the 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, 12 model would present Amador with the opportunity to offer a unified sports program. Unified Sports is a partnership between the California Interscholastic Federation and Special Olympics, and was inspired by a simple principle that training together and playing together is a quick path to friendship and understanding. Again, I want to recognize that unlocking potential in this area would be building on a foundation which is well underway. The pictures highlighted on this screen were taken over the course of the last couple school years and showcase athletes that have been participating in Special Olympics competitions. These opportunities have been made available thanks to the efforts of many adults in our system, but in particular, the unwavering commitment of Ms. Haley Van Leeshout, Amador's adaptive physical education teacher, and Ms. Angie Lucas, Amador's, but also Argonauts High School's extensive support needs teacher. I want to also mention that, well, I'm going to pause. I'll go to the next slide. So facilities. So with that in mind, facilities would be a critical component to the success of reimagining the secondary campuses. And with the possibility at hand, many of those conversations have started. Should this be the direction of the board, implementation will be most successful, understanding that inclusion is not bringing people together into what already exists, but rather it will be making a new space, a space that is better for everyone. So with that, we will definitely be needing student, parent, and staff input. Will be critical. We'll be looking for opportunities to promote inclusion with every necessary move. An example of this would be the special education preschool programs that are located at Argonauts campus. One class in particular, which is isolated in the Stony Creek building, would be impacted by this reimagining of the secondary campuses. The close collaboration between special education and ed services has been focusing on expanding inclusive practices in our preschool programs so that those good practices and positive culture shifts will follow the students as they enter into elementary, middle, and high school. Revising the challenges often experienced from our revisiting the challenges often experienced from our itinerant DIS staff who serve multiple sites throughout the planning for spaces where students can receive services, and itinerant staff would be able to have workspaces on our secondary campuses. I have received some inquiries into how this may or may not impact teacher caseload and workload. Caseload references the number of students who may be assigned to a specific provider. These ratios are either defined in the California Education Code or our collective bargaining agreements with our union partners. As a result, we'll continue to invest in the practices to promote recruitment and retention of high-quality educators and the caseload commitments already that are defined. For the district's regionalized program, or what we were previously referring to as the county program, our extensive support needs program, which serves students with some of our greatest needs, reimagining the secondary site unlocks a major potential of greater specialized expertise and caseload management. This slide displays the number of classrooms that we have for various grade level spans currently in our system. As you can see, we have a high population of students in kinder through third grade, which warranted 3 classrooms being dedicated to those grade levels. You will also see that based on our numbers, in August, 1 class was dedicated to 4 through 6, 7 and 8, because those are the only 2 grade levels that we currently have at our middle school, high school, and then transition. Please notice then how the bar graph changes. So these slides display the number of grade levels served in each classroom span. The right 2 columns show that the 1 high school classroom is serving students in 4 grade levels, requiring that teacher to be familiar with the standards in all subject areas in grades 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. I would also highlight that most of our extensive support need teachers are always willing to serve numbers of students beyond their agreed upon caseload because they're the only program. While these teachers are offered compensation for serving more students, having 3 grade levels at each secondary site would allow for a more focused area of expertise on behalf of the teacher and a better balance of caseload numbers for students. So finally, I want to emphasize again that reimagining the secondary campuses will unlock Amador's potential in order to serve all students who remain in our comprehensive campuses at their school of residence. So going full circle all the way back to least restrictive, because then we would only have 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this would, in other words, positively impact their least restrictive environment and the classroom grade level planning and organizational structures. Thank you again for the opportunity to share this information. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and do especially want to express my gratitude for focusing on special education and making this critical decision. It is often overlooked, and so I very much appreciate this.
Thank you, Sadie. Okay, we're gonna just go down the line and get some questions and comments. Peyton?
No.
Claire?
No.
Peter?
No additional questions, although I would love, I do appreciate the clarity on how the classes, number of classes change, that sort of thing. Would love to understand that in a broader picture, you know, with more talks of consolidation, how it impacts class size, or as you've talked about, class partnering in the future. But thank you for the comprehensive nature of the demonstration.
Okay. Ken?
So I have no questions. I'm just, the 2 unlocking potential slides just are very confusing to me.
Which
So I'd like
number?
to maybe schedule some time with you to go over those so I can understand them better.
Of course.
So if you could just reach out after break with when you might have time to do that.
Would you like to reference the specific slides now or just reach out?
It's slides 21 and 22, where we're talking about the grade levels and how many classrooms there are.
Uh-huh.
Because I guess I'm just, number of grade levels, yeah, I don't want to get into it right now because I don't have my questions formed yet.
Okay. I'll be happy to follow up.
Okay, Shane?
You know, since I've been on the board and when consolidation became a hot topic again, many of the comments I received from the public and in emails and phone calls was to stop and take in all the information. And it's disappointing that half this room cleared out when this topic of the special education impact was presented. If you're going to talk about taking everything into effect and considering everything, you should be listening. I'm looking out and I see several that busy with their phones, not really caring about this, and it's disappointing, and it makes me wonder, really is the argument that take into account everything is just really a play on words of don't do it. And I've asked people many times when they say, hey, take into account everything and stop consolidation, I say, well, what's your solution? And they don't have a response. And it's disappointing to hear that, to continually hear that, and people really want to focus on the one thing that they're, that they see as an impact, and they don't want to consider all these other impacts. And I do look forward to getting additional information on the impacts as far as what the facilities cost would be, if there's a savings, if there is not a savings, if we're going to have additional impacts, how that's going to impact our budget. And I guess I look forward to just further discussing this with you.
Okay, thank you. James?
As I was sitting here, I too was watching the room slowly diminish. And then I'm looking at the time, and I'm looking at the children behind their parents walking out. So I first want to applaud you youngsters that are still in here, trying to pay attention. I know it's late, but I appreciate you little ones, and I see you. Mr. Crow, I hear what you're saying. I too get gashed by the public. With that being said, I feel a certain way about an item like this being towards the end of the agenda. But with that being said, we're here, and I have some questions about your presentation. I was hoping I was going to get the answers to my questions so I didn't have to take too much time to ask them, but either I didn't hear your answers or I didn't hear your answers. One of them, but I did see on the slide paraprofessional on there. How many paraprofessionals does the district currently have per grade level? And then how many more or less is needed once consolidated?
So the paraprofessional ratios, for our extensive support needs classrooms, the paraprofessional ratios are defined in our collective bargaining units by grade levels. So we have a total number of full-time equivalency, and that would be considered of how many people are being assigned to specific classrooms. But then if there's a student that warrants and has an additional need for a one-on-one aid support or paraprofessional support, that an added adult would be added.
So there is.
Bear with me real quickly.
Okay.
I just want to make sure to explain. That's on the county side, right? There are ratios that dictate the number of adults that are assigned to a classroom, certificated and classified. On the district side, it's actually different. There's education code that dictates that under the umbrella of a SELPA, and this goes back to where we're 3 separate entities and it's kind of wacky, that any mild to moderate teacher, that we provide 80% of them within the SELPA with a aid. We have 2 separate aid job descriptions. We have the medically fragile paraprofessional, and then we have the instructional aid position on the district side. So I just want to get that all out before you follow up, but please do.
Yeah, you got me.
I know, it's hard, and I want to express, like, I don't mean to.
There isn't just an answer, 9 or 23. There isn't an answer to it like that.
And if you want a full FTE that are employed by either the district or the county, there is an answer. Otherwise, there are ratios. And
Okay.
there's a different number that support a kindergarten classroom than support our 12th grade classroom.
Okay. If we need more, another question is, if we need more, where's the funding and how are we going to afford it? Where would that funding come from? How would we afford it? Stuff like that. They're not cheap, from what I'm being told, paraprofessionals.
The reimagining secondary campuses in and of itself won't require additional adult support to be hired for these classrooms. What drives adult support and the need is student need. And there's a process, an actual assessment process that evaluates whether or not the need warrants having a one-on-one support in their individual education plan. So in and of itself, I think what your question is by reimagining secondary schools configuration, do we need to hire additional staff? The answer would be no.
Okay. So consolidation, we wouldn't need to.
No.
Okay. We can't take
We
questions
can't take
from the
questions
audience.
from the audience.
On page 20, specifically with the extensive support needs, are these current ratios or the current legal guidelines ratios? 1 to 12 to 14. If consolidating, would it help in bringing that ratio to more manageable ratios? I said ratio a lot.
That's okay, I
All right.
understand. So my intention here is the mild to moderate one is pretty, it's pretty set in stone. 1 teacher, 28 students, 80% of all teachers within our SELPA should have access to aid support. So that's a pretty clear formula. On the extensive support needs visual, and for the audience, I could go back really quick. So on the extensive support needs slide, 1 teacher, I provided a range. So for our younger classrooms, usually in elementary, they have a smaller number of students, being 12, than our older classrooms could be 14. So that's why there's a range there, is that in our contracts, it says very specifically, for elementary, 1 teacher, 12 students, 3 aides as an example. I'd have to reference the contract to be honest, and so then that's also the 2 to 4. And that is for the, what is anticipated to be able to support that classroom to function normally.
Okay. I also must say that this software is not the best. I wish we still had paper. Page 18, how do we plan to unify with Special Olympics? I saw that a couple times in the presentation. How do we plan to do that?
Yeah, and so I would say.
Are we already? Sorry.
Right now, we already have a partnership with Special Olympics. It's just not conjoint with CIF. So I think, and that's where I wanted to do the shout out for our team members, right? And so there's a potential with that, and I know that it's going to be discussed more in the next presentation. But we do already have a standing partnership that that our students are able to access. So what we're actually saying to our students with disabilities is that you're not provided with equity into the programs that are run on our campuses. The option for you is Special Olympics. So that is where we can do better, potentially through this secondary reconfiguration.
So with the answer to that part of this 2-part question, is it safe to say that Mr. Blake, who's the area Special Olympics supervisor, is aware of the goals and the plans?
I would say that they're aware that we have a golf team and we have a basketball team. I can't speak to that, but I'm happy to look into that further. But
Okay.
they know that we're promoting,
Is he being included in the planning?
I would say that we're not planning at this point. We're participating in the Special Olympics, but with then a direction from you all to move in that direction, planning efforts would initiate. I just wanted to highlight that that really could be a possibility on behalf of our population of students.
On page 14, in general, how much space or classrooms will be allocated to special education? Is this more or less than what is at, oh my God, I can't do this. Either my thumbs are not the business or more or less than what is at individual school sites currently?
So, I mean, I would say, let's start with our students that have the most significant needs. So right now, we do not have facilities at Amador High School in order to, because we don't have a program that provides support for extensive support needs at that campus. So we would be looking at that. A comparable model in your mind would be the component of the Trillia building that was revised then 2 summers ago, and where our current program is now. And so something similar to that would need to be designed and made available, and we would do that within our existing structure. I think for mild to moderate support needs in our teaching, we are always, every year, reevaluating based on the number of students who are eligible, but also then the master scheduling as far as our mild to moderate students can have access to isolated classrooms, which are commonly referred to as special day classrooms, that then our special education teachers teach. So the amount of space, it's partially determined based on how many students we have that are eligible, how many of them need to be provided instruction in isolated classrooms versus a push-in model. And that kind of goes back to that 20% eligibility that's just high in comparison to the state. So, it all is kind of a big hamster wheel that's trying to work together in order to initiate positive change. But I would offer that we wouldn't anticipate a drastic difference in facility needs from this year to next year, but we would engage in the same practice of reevaluating our student population, their course needs, and where those services would be delivered. But we do that every year.
Okay. I see you brought the slides up. All right, those are the only questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good questions. Thank you.
Okay, I really appreciate this. I also appreciate people sticking around and listening to it. I think sometimes it's difficult to pay attention when something doesn't necessarily super affect you, but it does affect me, so I appreciate this a lot. And I want to say that we've been talking about consolidation in some form or another for the past 3 years, and I've not once heard special education be brought up, not one single time. And so I think that this is really important because we do have, well, as you said, we have a high ratio of children that have special needs and quite a few of them with extensive special needs. And if we're talking about fiscal impact and whatnot, oftentimes these students are the most expensive ones to educate. So we have to look at this as well. I don't have any further questions, but I appreciate it, and I will reach out to you if I have any other questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you again.
One more.
Yeah.
Just for everyone, didn't we have a basketball championship team from Special Olympics a couple years ago?
Yeah, I thought that was part of the slide. Oh no, I think I left them out. There's disc, and then golf, and it was summer and spring that I got. But yes, we did. Mm-hmm.
Just want to get a pat on the back from Coach Haley. So.
Yes, exactly. All right, thank you.
Okay,
again.
thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Item 15B, athletics programs. Mr. Cagle, Mr. DeWalt, Mr. Klingen, and Mr. Gilliam.
Just in case people don't know these individuals, they're pretty famous, but just in case, Mr. Russell DeWalt is our principal at Argonaut High School. He's joined by the Argonaut High Athletic Director, John Gilliam, and then Mr. Cagle, Our principal at Amador High is joined by Mr. Klingen, our Amador High Athletic Director, and I believe Mr. DeWalt is going to start tonight's presentation.
It was off. Okay. Good evening. Thank you very much for letting us speak on the impact of merging the high schools on our athletic programs. So tonight we will be talking about the current state of athletics in the district. We will be talking about how the merger will affect our athletic programs, and we'll be talking about the challenges, benefits, and the impact to the community.
So currently, we're in the SVC, the Sierra Valley Conference. This is our second year in the conference. This first slide just shows the enrollment of these schools that are in it. Bradshaw Christian has the asterisk because they are a recruiting Christian school. And Rosemont is, I believe, our only D3 school in that. I was looking, do we have our enrollments up there? I think we're just under 600.
We're a little over.
Just so we're in the 600s for Argonaut and Amador. Amador offers 22 sports plus cheer, ski and snowboard, 32 levels of competition, including JVs and freshmen. Argonaut offers 21 sports programs, 33 levels of competition. And this.
So real quick, we should not follow what we've got on the agenda. Your slides weren't matching mine, so I wanted to.
Oh.
Let's just pause for one quick second. Haley's going to make sure they match.
I have the numbers from each high school.
This was updated. This afternoon it was updated?
Well, the next slide I was going to go over was a numbers slide, and I know after watching Roberts, you guys might be numbered out. But that slide right there. We kind of put this together with the numbers of kids involved in sports. We tried to use this fall, and then since we don't have our numbers for winter or spring, we used last winter and spring. And it's kind of a, you could make a lot more slides out of just this slide to show how it's going to affect, sports. And what we kind of gathered is if you look at a flag football team, you got 18 at Amador, you got 12 at Argonaut. The goal would be to provide a JV and varsity team. Flag football would work pretty good for consolidation as far as there shouldn't be much of an impact. We're going to have two solid teams probably. And you can kind of go through and look at that for quite a few different sports. I'm a boys basketball coach. So for boys basketball and girls basketball are in very different states. If you look at girls basketball, they have 12 at Amador and 18 at Argonaut. So you got 30 kids. Ideally, in a consolidation world, when you're combining, you're going to have 10 kids on each team. Our league does have frost off for girls basketball, probably too. I think a few teams do at least. So minimal impact there. And girls are going to get to play on their correct sports team instead of pulling up a freshman to varsity just to make a team. Boys basketball and some of these other sports would have an adverse problem. I think what do we got? For boys basketball, we had 30 last year at Argonaut, 20 at Amador. I think this year we both anticipated having 3 teams for the first time in a while. And so you're looking at 50 to 60 kids playing basketball. And then when we combine, or when we merge, normally you want to have between 12 and 15 kids on a team, depending on the situation. So you'd have between 45, 36, 45 kids playing boys basketball compared to what you have up here of 50. So you can kind of go through and do that for each sport. You don't know all the numbers as far as max teams and all that. And the other thing I would add is that our league, basketball for sure, and a couple of, what other sport would have for sure have freshman teams? Volleyball. Basketball and volleyball, our league is pretty strong with having varsity, JV, freshman teams. The other part this slide doesn't tell is a lot of our schools don't have, our league teams don't have freshman teams. But our goal would be to create freshman teams and try and find other games. But that's a little more difficult because our league really those are the 2 sports where it supports a freshman team. If there's questions about this slide, I can't get into every sport, but that's kind of a short version of it. My band teacher did want me to throw in band. That band would be she would be excited to be teaching at one school for band. She stopped me on my way here. So for some reason we didn't put band on here, and we love our band.
She's doing an amazing job. She's doing a great job.
We could probably go to the next slide unless there's a question. This was our all sports pennant. I went to my first AD meeting, and this was I was like, oh yeah, Argonaut did good. We had a good basketball team. We had a good we almost won a softball team. And I'm thinking, all right, where's Argonaut on this? I had no idea. And I thought Amador had some good sports as well. And so at the time when we got this, I think Amador was 7 and we were 8, and I was pretty deflated. And it speaks, at least for Argonaut, I think a big part of it is the lack of sports teams. Like we don't have water polo, wrestling, we're really struggling as far as we got 1 or 2 wrestlers. I think we got some more on the way. This year should be a little bit better, but this was kind of an eye-opener. This speaks more possibly to, it's a tough league. It's a big school league, and we have success in certain sports, but I don't think we're ever it's gonna be very hard to crack the top 4 of this, as Argonaut or as Amador. And as a competitive person, I just was really frustrated with that number 8 next to our name. So that's just, you add up, basically, if you take first place, you get 8 points. If you take last place, you get 1 point in every sport. And if there's only 4 competitors, 4 teams have a certain sport, then they get 4 points, 3-2. And, we didn't have water polo, so we got nothing. And so.
One question, John. When you have a sport where you have, I think you mentioned the wrestling, when you have a couple wrestlers, how is that handled as far as transportation? Is it just parents just volunteer, or?
No, well, I might let Caleb or Sean speak to this, or Sean is probably better, because I haven't done a wrestling season yet. What I know of last year's wrestling season is we didn't have wrestling in Argonaut, and they practiced with Amador. Do you have anything to add on that, Sean, of how that was handled?
Yeah,
But we had transportation.
we would compete at the same time. So usually the wrestling meets are 4 teams. So let's say it's Amador, Argonaut, El Dorado, and Union Mine. So all 4 of those schools will go to the school site and compete. Every time we competed with Argonaut, and we always traveled with them together. And our coaches are the same coaches.
Okay, so we didn't have for two students, we didn't have a single or a coach specifically for those 2. You shared it, right?
Just for the girls' stipend, they had smaller teams, but that's a growing program also.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
John, I know it's a touchy subject with the new league, so I want to address just a little bit of how we ended up in the league and just kind of some historical perspectives that I have from this. So I'm going to go back first to my experience when I was principal at Amador High School. When I was at Amador, we had 6 teams in the Motherlode League that had been those 6 teams for the majority of the time for many, many years. There have been a couple of, ins and outs of a few schools here and there, but it had typically been the 6, schools down the 49 corridor: Amador, Argonaut, Calaveras, Bret Hart, Somerville, and then kind of, off the beaten path a little bit for the rest of us, Linden. And what came of it was every 4 years, CIF does a realignment. Every 2 years, they can make small adjustments, but they typically make, again, small adjustments accounting for new schools, things like that. They typically don't make big adjustments, but every 4 years, they really look hard at every single league. So I bring up this past experience and to relate it to SVC, so just stay with me for a minute. What happened is Sonora had dropped a little bit in enrollment. They were in, I believe the old league was called the TVL, the Trans-Valley League. They were starting to get beat up pretty good by Houston and Escalon and other schools. They put in a request to potentially be added to the Motherlode League. As the 6 Motherlode League schools, we went to a CIF Board of Managers meeting and unitedly said, kindly, we don't want Sonora. That's what we said. We spoke. We had the Calaveras athletic director at the time was Mike Kep. He was on the board of managers, and we put together this whole thing, and we said, we do not want Sonora in our league. We're happy with where we're at with our league. CIF listened to everything we said. Realignment came out. Sonora was in our league. That's what happened. Okay. With this next experience, I will speak to what I know, and I know that's a risk because I wasn't involved in every aspect of this. But what I do know is CIF has, in the more recent years, has put a priority on what they refer to as competitive equity scores for schools. It is not an exact science. If anybody pays attention to any college football playoff rankings, things like that, they have whole shows talking about how the rankings are wrong. So just think on a high school level with fewer eyes on it, what competitive equity actually means. They use that as a factor when they look at league realignment. The first draft, CIF, when they do realignment, they have a series of meetings, okay? In the first draft, they had Amador and Argonaut going to separate leagues for this new realignment period that began last year. They had Argonaut moving to the Sierra Valley Conference with the 6 schools that were already there, and then an additional Sac High, which is a charter school. Amador was slated to be in a newly revamped Motherlode League. Sonora was out, all these other things happened. It was asked at the time of district staff, and I can't speak to every conversation that happened, and these are where the gaps are for me, but I'm just being as transparent as I can be, that the number one desire was that the 2 schools come together. Consolidation, yes, had been approved, so that did become a factor. But as far as Argonaut ending up in the SVC, I don't know how that would have landed had we resisted that, but I do know that when we said 6 schools said no to Sonora, Sonora still ended up in our league. My point in saying that is CIF, and this is not to take a shot at CIF, they're going to do what they're going to do. They're going to listen to everything, but they have to make choices for the entire section on how they allocate schools. And so again, that first iteration, I don't know since the 80s if Amador and Argonaut have ever been in separate leagues competitively, but that was not an input by us. That was a draft by CIF in the first of numerous meetings on realignment that they were contending because of Argonaut's competitive equity score. And remember, this was Argonaut coming off of a state championship football team, coming off of a NorCal finalist girls basketball team, and other sports that did really well in the years leading up that increased Argonaut's competitive equity score, and CIF was of the opinion that Argonaut belonged in the SVC and Amador belonged in the MLL. So I just want to point that out because I know that's been brought up a bunch of times on how we ended up there. And whether we consolidate or not, CIF's going to look at this every 4 years anyway. And so we're in year 2. of this realignment. And a lot can happen in the next 2 years. It depends on where we land, whether we're consolidated or not, and what league we end up in. CIF's talking about a concept of conferences where they put together multiple leagues. There's so many things that could happen, but I just wanted to add what I do know. And again, I'm not stating that I have all the knowledge of this, but I do have some pretty specific knowledge on how we ended up in the SVC.
Yeah, and thank you.
Real quick, do we need to make a motion to extend time?
Okay, we just need a motion to extend the time. Just do it by an hour, just in case. I hope not, but.
I make a motion to extend our time by an hour.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James. I'm also a yes.
I'll go back to that one. Yeah, so I guess what I'll leave you with for me and then let these guys go is there's a lot of numbers on this slide. It kind of speaks to like, the biggest question, and I heard a lot of that tonight, is there going to be more opportunities for kids or is there going to be reduced opportunities? And I think it's clear in sports like boys volleyball, there's a possibility for 24 new positions. Cross country could definitely probably benefit or have no effect. Water polo, I had kids at Argonaut wanting to transfer to Amador and asking if they could just go to Amador to play water polo and stay at Argonaut. Girls golf, flag football, wrestling, girls basketball, we talked about swimming, track and field, and stunt are sports that are probably going to really benefit from and have more opportunities for kids. And then some of the other sports, if you really take a deep dive on these slides, where tennis is a weird one because right now we're in a co-ed model, and if we went to a different model, it would probably be a good thing. If we stayed in the co-ed model, it would be a little bit of a challenge. We talked about boys basketball, could be some reduced opportunities, football, boys soccer, girls soccer, baseball, and softball. Those are the reality is there could be some reduced opportunities in those sports. But I know talking to the district and talking to people, they're hoping that those other sports, you can choose another sport. And so that's kind of, to sum that, a lot of the numbers up, that was why we kind of put those numbers up so you could get a picture of that. I think it was, and then the all sports slide, I think someone else was up.
Yep. All right. So some of the challenges and concerns that are important to our community could include the loss of the big game events. We all that have lived here appreciate the rivalry between Amador and Argonaut, and the big game is no small thing. It's a big deal to many people. The rivalry has been around for generations, and it's a big motivator for many of the members of our community. John talked about the reduced playing time for some athletes. Again, this is going to be different based on the sport, but it is definitely a concern for certain people and for certain sports. Travel time for practice and games. With ninth grade at another site, that has been brought up as a concern. There are other ways to look at it, but it is something to consider. And
real quick, Mr.
Yes.
DeWalt, with ninth grade participation, because this has been a question that's come up a lot, so I just wanted to clarify one thing. If, let's say the model happens, right, what we would have to do with CIF is you submit a multi-school agreement, and the ninth graders would be included in that number. Ninth graders would then be eligible to be full participants in all CIF sports as part of the high school. CIF also doesn't want you, because so much of what they do based on playoff rankings is enrollment numbers. They don't want you to base your enrollment numbers only on your 10th through 12th graders, because everybody else is representing on their 9th through 12th graders, so you look smaller than you are. And so we essentially have to claim those 9th graders. But again, I understand and I'm glad you're highlighting the challenges of them being at another site, but I'm speaking specifically to people have asked, well, can a freshman participate on a JV team or even potentially a varsity team? The answer to that is yes, they can, even if the model is 7 through 9, 10 through 12.
And also very important for the community is the need for fair representation in leadership roles. That would be a basic expectation of the community.
Can you expand on that? What's your...
So basically making sure that if the schools merged, that we would have equal representation from leaders at both former schools in the new merged school.
So just my 2 cents, I would think that all coaches would have the same opportunity to join whatever this new program is, I would think, right?
Yeah, I would agree. These are things that when we were doing research for this that were brought up by multiple people, and we just wanted to make sure it was highlighted.
And then there was in the previous slide, there was about the practice times. Would there be, if this did happen, would there be more availability for facilities, basketball especially, since I know that everyone is kind of crunched for gym time. Would that improve it at all, or would it stay the same? Maybe it's for...
Well, I mean, if you go on, we have 6 basketball teams, 3 at Amateur, 3 at Argonaut this year, for boys and girls. We got 3 at Argonaut, and we'll have 1 girls basketball, so we'll have 4. The girl at Amateur, you guys are going to have what? 4. So that's 8 basketball teams, and with 2 sites. If we did this, we would be down to 6 basketball teams. Really, if we can use Jackson Junior High, 3 sites. So I think, the problem is you're going from 8 to 6. That's a negative, but the positive is we'll probably be in a better situation for practice time.
Thank you.
And initial cost investment. Startup costs for uniforms and merged programs, obviously updates to signage and mascots, which could include the gymnasium, the fields, things like that. And short-term costs would need to be planned alongside the long-term savings. It's clear that there would be long-term savings for certain aspects, but the larger short-term costs would need to be balanced.
Sorry for this. Talking about uniforms, I've heard a comment from our local radio station about some type of alternative uniforms for the football teams. Did I hear that right? Did we have some kind of alternative colored jerseys or something?
I'm not
For this year?
familiar with anything.
Yeah, it was. I think I heard it on KBGC.
I know there are ideas that have been bounced around, but I haven't been.
Argonaut has worn red jerseys in honor of Ione High.
Yeah.
Before.
Throwbacks.
Throwback
to Ione High.
Throwback time.
So when we have alternative jerseys, where do those costs come from? Where do they get paid from?
The programs, and that's we bring it up because it's definitely something we would need to consider.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a question regarding, I'm just writing notes and trying to keep up. One of them, this last one, all the gyms, all the basketball players, boys and girls, 6 possible teams, possible another site. What is the logistics of, and I know we're just chatting right now, but what does the logistics of that look like as a parent or a student athlete or an administrator or a coach? Like, do you got to go to Jackson Junior High after work to do a practice and make sure Billy, Timmy, John, and Jeff all get over there? You know what I mean? How does that work? How does that look? Pretty chaotic?
I mean, there's going to be a lot of planning that has to go on that with coaches. I'll say with gym space in particular, we already deal with a ton of logistical challenges because if you're on a basketball team and your practice is at 6:30 at night, now kids have to figure out what to do from 3:30 to 6:30.
And those are divided by 2 at the moment.
Correct.
But then we're going to times them by 2.
Right, but if more practice times are closer to the end of the school day, because we have more gymnasiums available, there's still a logistical challenge, no doubt. But now, what location do we get them to? I'm just saying, we deal with a lot of logistical issues now, like just.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome.
There you go.
Hoorah.
I'll offer, and I don't want to speak for John, but having done the basketball thing with these guys for a long period of time, it's no different than what we currently do now, if not easier. We'll have four gyms essentially if the multi-purpose stays available for practices. We will be having junior high teams also at that time though, so we have to manage that as well. But those are it's not something that we don't currently already deal with. We've practiced in mornings before. We've practiced from 7 to 8:30, 9 at night. I mean, our kids are resilient in the winter, and they have to be. It's a struggle. I thank you for jumping in here. Next slide here states that a current challenge facing our athletic programs is the ability to consistently fill complete roster sizes. In recent years, both Amador and Argonaut, no one or the other, but both have athletic administrators teams had to consider canceling contests, dissolving lower team level opportunities, and even not offering varsity level competition possibilities due to the lack of upperclassmen that might participate. Some programs have been sustained by allowing juniors and seniors, at this point now seniors, to now compete at lower levels. So we have utilized that to keep some of our programs playing. We've added juniors, or in this coming year, seniors can even potentially play lower level competition. To maintain as many athletic offerings as possible, programs have frequently elevated players from lower teams, recruited students from PE classes, and at times relied on ineligible students to fill practice rosters with the hope that they would become eligible later in the season. So these are common things that we have dealt with in many of our programs throughout the years. While these efforts have been effective in keeping programs running, they often result in teams drawing from the same limited pool of athletes. As a result, one sport's survival can be at the expense of another's competitiveness. For example, we often see if our basketball program is successful at that time, you can look outside and watch the soccer program probably struggling. We typically share those athletes in certain seasons, and it's hard to find a competitive equity amongst those athletes in those seasons as they go. So there. The next slide talks a little bit about some of those concerns of filling those rosters. One of the major concerns in the roster sizes is the player safety. To fill many of our rosters, our varsity rosters, we've often had to promote underclassmen to the varsity level. As shown on the slide here, you'll see this is our current fall rosters and the percentage of athletes that are being filled by underclassmen to fill up our rosters and have playable teams. As shown on the many of these fall roster teams are heavily composed of younger athletes. While some of these programs currently offer only varsity participation, lower level opportunities could become available in many cases if the proposed merger were to take place. And that example would be like, for example, flag football. You see a heavy percentage of younger kids. They're not currently offered another opportunity to play at a lower division. So they're playing up because they love the sport and they want to get involved. So it's still helpful to fill those rosters. Now, if you look at the roster numbers though, neither team, well, one team would struggle to put a starting lineup on a field without the underclassmen to participate as we currently exist. So when young athletes compete above their appropriate developmental stage, there is an increased risk of injury, burnout, and early disengagement from athletics. This can lead to players not returning to compete in their junior or senior seasons, missing crucial age-appropriate skill development that prepares them for the varsity level roles. And for example, like a sophomore who would have potentially been a team captain at the JV level, gets promoted to the varsity level and doesn't have the opportunity to develop that role, they then don't have those skills when they're needed their junior and senior year. Have we done that student a disservice, or are we offering them an opportunity? So those are debatable along the ways as far as the player development goes with our programs and our rosters at the current moment. This slide just talks about some of the offerings that if we did consolidate or merge, that could possibly be allowed. Yes, some rosters would be held tighter, some would open up. Rosters that do not, like no-cut sports, for example, would thrive, given opportunities to accept more students, while others would allow those students to play at the appropriate levels that they potentially wouldn't have to go fill rosters for us. A few of the other things there listed, you're looking at, there's a wide-ranging amount of sports that we currently either don't offer or are offered by the CIF that we don't take part in because we just don't have the numbers in certain seasons to fill them. Boys volleyball is one of them. I know there's a contingent on both sides or both campuses that would love to come together and have a boys volleyball program in the spring. But when we look at a spring season, we have so many athletes participating in the spring season already. It does offer an opportunity to diminish those other sports from the rosters that they currently have as well. Another thing, like certain students of ours and theirs would have opportunities. Amateur or Argonaut students would immediately be able to jump in the pool and be prepared to play water polo with our program as we currently have it. Same with our cheer students would be able to compete in stunt and competitive cheer levels that our school doesn't currently offer at the current moment. And then there's other possibilities that open up when you talk about bigger rosters. The one sport, if we were to head back to like slide 2 or 3, whichever it was, the one sport that both of our teams competed heavily at last year was tennis. And our teams, to be honest, really took care of business in our current league when it came to co-ed tennis. And that's amazing. Our teams could continue to thrive with that roster. The other thing that opens up is boys and girls tennis are offered in separate seasons for schools that have bigger rosters. So we would be then offering more opportunities to the tennis athletes if the co-ed teams split and they go and participate in their own seasons of sport. And so those things would be available to us as well. Just for news of note, our current league does currently participate co-ed tennis though. So we would be joining a different league for just that, for boys and girls tennis if we chose to do that. But other schools do that as we speak already as well, yeah.
I had a question regarding the bullet points under the last bullet point with all of the extra sports that could be offered.
Yes, sir.
First thing that pops into my head is costs for all those sports.
Yes.
Would that be a district contribution?
These stipends fall into the same category. So yes, anytime we add a sport, you're talking about adding coaching stipends. Many of those.
Not just the coaching stipend, the cost to everything, equipment, travel, uniform.
Yeah, like for example, boys volleyball, zero cost. We already have the equipment currently.
Okay.
We just need a time to play it.
Right.
But yes, our events would then cost. If we're traveling more with students, if we're hiring a coach, yes, absolutely.
There'd also be added revenue from the ticket sales when they have a home game.
Do you happen to know how much a boys volleyball game revenue would be?
We can assume based off the current girls volleyball schedule, kind of similar, I would imagine.
Right.
But spring, there aren't as many indoor sports to go view.
Right.
You may get a better turnout on some of those. But yeah,
we would hope that revenue would cover that sport.
Just trying to cover the referee fees as well.
For sure, yeah. Because then who has to cover the cost if not the district, right? Right.
Yeah, well,
or another sport.
Our currently our athletic budget from all gates goes towards covering those costs. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, is that the only one you had on that slide?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, cool. Moving on in. So this was brought up in Dr. Hedegaard's presentation. Currently, so the unified sport is something that happens as a tandem from CIF and the Special Olympics and kind of how it works. Currently, our SVC hosts and operates a unified championship in the sport of track, and it's quite awesome to watch our students perform and participate in that all throughout the season. They have playoffs. These students have opportunities to go to sections and finals as well. You did mention there's a large variety of ways in which the unified sport could transform onto our campuses. whether it be either CIF competitive opportunities like that track and field, the current Special Olympic opportunities that are currently being held within our district in small formats, as well as site and league formed teams that could potentially play either opportunities during school days and things like that. One of the hindrances to getting this off the ground is to operate full unified sports. It does take students that are on either off seasons of their sport or available during the time of year that sport's going on to participate with students that have intellectual disabilities, as opposed to just allowing them to have their own league. Our kids, the kids would play together in many opportunities or avenues that are offered in that regard. So when they race at a track meet, you typically have two students handing off a baton that are either that have intellectual disabilities or don't, and the team is combined. And if you want to watch a race that's as fun, as competitive as any, those are some pretty fun ones to watch. So it's a great opportunity that with more students on our campus that we would love to involve in a higher level. Moving on. Just a couple tidbits of information that we currently share a ton of district capital as far as the needs to run our programs as two full programs. One of those being coaching capital. There are only so many amazing human beings within our district to go around, and we struggle year to year to find coaches to fill those programs. And so this opportunity, while it would diminish maybe a team or two here and there, it also allows quality coaching within our district that's currently already operating to house more kids and reach more students. So that's one part. Our athletic facilities kind of already been kind of brought up. We would have more access to facilities on both campuses and or the other campuses that are available to us to offer practice times that are not so much of a struggle for our current plan. And then there's financial capital that is shared amongst all of our programs. I mean, you have two fully functioning booster programs that do a fantastic job for both schools. It's hard to imagine that if those great minds came together, what couldn't be done there. And then there's many other resources that can be kind of pinpointed that are shared within our communities, whether it be sport to sport or program to program, or even kind of season to season as we move on from there. Okay. I think that the size of fish has come up a couple times tonight, so I'll address that one as we go. We are currently two smaller schools in a big league. Whether we asked for it or not, that's currently how it exists. We couldn't be more proud of the teams that we put out on our fields and our courts yearly, I promise you. No one's going to stand up here in these four sets of shoes and tell you that we can't be more proud of our athletes when they go out and compete. But we do put them in situations where the competitive level or the competitive equity opportunity isn't quite a level playing field. We put them out there, and opportunities for us to go compete in those leagues. Even some of our better teams throughout the year struggle to compete. Like I mentioned, we did have one team win a league title last year, and that was in the sport of tennis. I think John's team might have gotten the closest.
Softball and basketball got second.
Yeah, so we had a couple second places. All of our other better teams throughout the year got no better than fourth and competed their butts off to get to that point. So we couldn't be more proud of the product, but we do know that when you put best and best together, great things happen, and there's an opportunity for us. And the reason why the statement remains, we would stay in the same league, we would play the same teams, we wouldn't even be moved out of our playoff spot. We would play in the same playoff setting as we currently stand, as long as Amador's team currently stands in most brackets. There are a couple that Argonauts under 600 threshold does drop them an opportunity level down. So that's an opportunity that would potentially change that. And then there's a picture up there because I think our band teacher also, which we share, wanted to let us know. there's an opportunity here to not only just galvanize kind of the sports teams themselves, but all of the extra opportunities for our students that go with that. Whether it be a combined band that can then march for one team, as opposed to running across the street and playing for both teams as they currently are doing with as much pride as they possibly can. They can walk on and they can march. They can do all that thing. We could have, the dance crews that used to exist at all of our events, the cheerleading squads, in multiples, and however it would go. So it does change the ability for the school to celebrate events in a higher level. I think that's it for that slide.
I don't want to short.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure our tennis team got second too. I don't want to be hearing from Clement.
Oh, that's what I said. Our 2 tennis teams did well. Okay, my bad.
No, because I only said basketball.
Oh,
and softball.
yeah. No, I got you on that one. The tennis team did. The tennis teams did do solid. That is true. Another opportunity that exists with the potential merger of sports. As much as I would love to say that we offer a back-to-school night that is overwhelmingly awesome, we don't see as many parents as our back-to-school night as I do on a local volleyball game night. I'm not going to lie. So when our parents show up in droves to watch all of our extracurriculars go into play, I mean, I left Amador's campus a minute ago, and our FFA team was doing a drive-through dinner, and they have a rotating amount of cars going through there. I mean, our extracurriculars pull parents and community members all the time. And so similar to the curb appeal of a home, most of our parents see us for what the athletics and extracurricular programs are putting out in front of them. So they're on our campuses for most of the time for that reason, and those reasons alone. We typically don't get to see them in too many other forms or fashion. So it is nice when the culture of our school is driven by the fantastic extracurriculars that take place there as well. So I think, I got one final slide, and this is a big one, because with the combination of the 2 high schools, it often goes unnoticed that the junior highs would also benefit by having either site as an amazing campus for their development of athletics. Currently, around us, in whatever direction you head to play in our junior high sports, there are other programs that are offering a few things more than we are currently offering. For example, swimming happens up in up the 49 corridor. We have a team just up here, or off go the other direction towards El Dorado Hills type, where they're offering boys and girls volleyball, soccer sports. They're offering opportunities for kids to play other things that our student population just hasn't had that opportunity to do. And there's competition for those students as well in all kinds of different avenues. They would have a track as a home track to go practice and play. They would have a gym at some point during the day to practice their indoor sports, including many field use opportunities for the development of their programs as well. And they have struggled with the same community resource problem that we've all had. Typically, if you got a coach, you got a team. If you don't have a coach, the poor kids don't get to play. And that's kind of the cruelty of the junior high sport levels. Did I hit that any? All right, I think that's it for me. Any questions or anything else we got for the team?
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Peyton?
No questions.
Claire?
No questions.
Peter?
I just want to say that I'm grateful that there is an effort being made here to be transparent and to be honest about how it would greatly benefit some teams, and yes, could limit playing time for some other teams. I think there's a comprehensive effort here to communicate clearly, and so thank you to all of you for trying to do that.
Okay. Ken?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for doing both sides of the coin, the good and the bad. I think what I'd like to see possibly at our next meeting is the costs associated with combining the programs, what we would save on busing, just put some dollars to the scenario and what that would look like. Okay, thank you. And thank you all. That was long time to wait, so appreciate that.
Okay. Shane?
Yeah, thank you, all four of you, for coming and hanging out here for this long. I know both Caleb and John from basketball mainly, and would you say that having a junior high or a lower grade program, I mean, I would think that it would be beneficial, but as far as really helping improve the quality of our teams, I mean.
Are you referencing just like to the sport of basketball, for example?
Well, I'm just using that since you guys are the two experts on that, so.
Yeah, I mean, basketball-wise, I mean, we would love to work with the players that we're going to receive at some point, and then have trickle-down effect opportunities with the coaching staffs. I mean, when you're talking about a head coach, now you have the opportunity to work with and develop young coaches as well, to keep your program steady. The one consistency that we have in athletics at the current moment is it's inconsistent. We don't know what we're going to get next year, whether our rosters are going to fill. We don't know when grades come out. We don't know what's going to happen. So we have a high level of inconsistency. I think all around the board, for example, your lower level kids that participate in the junior high level are going to be far better off when they hit the high school levels. And that's whether they're considering the 9th grade or when they get to 10th grade and they move to the other campus, if that's the case.
Yeah, just repeat your question one more time.
Well, just, we don't have a program for like the lower grades, and I know you taught down there at the junior high. So, I mean, I know you connected with them all, but I would think that if you were able to see some of those athletes from those grades, you would be able to have even a better control on how you could make improvements as they're coming up to your varsity team, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at this presentation through a high school lens. I didn't even really take into the account in junior high. I will say that then I started thinking, dang, like that means we'll have one junior high team too.
Mm-hmm.
And so like there's part of me as a coach, like, yeah, I'll get to see the top athletes all on the floor. But there's another part of me that's like, kids develop differently. And so sometimes there's a 7th grader that's maybe not have the opportunity to play. And so I'm kind of torn on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never even thought of this from the lens of like junior high kids. I was thinking from high school kids. But now we're thinking junior high kids are going to have, so maybe there's the opportunity to have an A team and a B team. And this is a whole other conversation where when I was at the junior high when consolidation started, I spoke with the league, and they're like, if you do this, Avery's not playing you, Mark Twain's not playing you, because those are really small schools. So I actually went, when I was the junior high athletic director, I went and tried to get on the ball to get into the Folsom leagues and some of these El Dorado Hills leagues. And I had a couple contacts, and they've kind of gone away, but I was getting a little pushback to where this is an El Dorado Hills league. Not that there won't be other opportunities, but I was really trying to find in that year gap of like, where can our junior high kids play?
Mm-hmm.
Because the league we're in now is there's some really small schools to play on.
And you would see someone in 7th grade that I'm familiar with that was the last person on the bench that might turn out to be, if you stick with it, you become a much better player. And I know our football program I've never seen a football program like we have here, where the junior Mustangs and the junior Buffaloes, it's really amazing that we do. What age does that go to for the football?
What does it start at, or what does it end?
No, how does it end? What year does it end?
The 8th grade. That wouldn't enter junior high level. Those programs would exist still.
They would still exist just like they have.
Well, we don't know if they'd still exist as they currently are, but
Okay.
that level would still exist. They wouldn't play junior high football, for example.
Okay.
They would possibly have to merge. We would have to think outside the box of like, can we form some flag football alternative leagues? Can we form some type of other competitive basketball league in Amador County? There would have to be some definitely thinking outside the box to include more kids, because that would be a junior high. I'd have to put more thought into that.
And last comment or question, I completely understand the rivalry between Amador and Argonaut, and I know it's huge, and it's been years, decades as impacting of people's student life. Has there been any discussion of maybe having some type of alumni rivalry to continue if this did happen? I know back where I'm from, they have alumni games and they make it a big event, weekend event, and just an idea. I think that might be something that could be discussed.
So, to be honest, our current athletic teams are worried about the big game currently as it exists, but if this unfolds, I think a lot of community members would try to find ways to dive into making that feeling not go away as far as the competitive opportunities that might exist. So,
Like for football, you could have an adult flag football game and use it as a huge fundraiser. Where you'd have previous players and they could play Amateur versus Argonaut in a flag game, bring them out there on a Saturday and sell tickets like crazy.
Thank you.
Okay, James?
Beings, this is just discussion. I've thought about if I am going to say how I should say what's in my head. I've said it often. Moving here back in 2012, I thought it was kind of odd. 2 schools, et cetera, et cetera. I am in agreement for a consolidation. The first time, or not the first time, because it's happened, it's been attempted before. The time that I was on the board, right, the time that I was on the board, last attempt, it didn't sell to me. I didn't think it was right. I still feel it is not right because of the connections of the last attempt that are lurking over this attempt. I'm not going to go in depth with that, but that's how I feel. I've asked for comparisons regarding consolidation of schools. I like Mr. Farrar's request for numbers, costs, comparisons. Now that we're talking about athletics, I have a bunch of thoughts going in my head. Some may like, some may not like, but being it's just questions and discussion, I think I need to be reserved on what I want to say right now. I think I need to be advised first if I can say it legally or not. So that's all I'm going to say.
Let her rip.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I do appreciate you guys and all the work that you have done and have always done. I appreciate you guys' staying here this late and trying to do what's best for the kids at the end of the day. I appreciate it. All of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that this presentation, I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate just the factual information that was included in it when we've asked for presentations and when Jared and I have talked about what it is I want brought to the board for consolidation discussion. To use a previous comment, I'm not a salesperson, and I'm definitely not trying to sell the high country Tahoe here. So what we asked for was that we get the real story of what this would look like, because I think that trying to pretend like it's going to be something that it's not is not beneficial to literally anybody. So I do appreciate this presentation is what we asked for. We asked what are the challenges going to be, because we know that that's going to there are going to be challenges and things that people don't like, some that you might like, some you don't. Are some kids going to get to play? Yes. Are more kids going to get to play? Sure. But are some kids not going to get to play? Yeah, that's true too. So I think that that was really important to include in this presentation. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think the next part is definitely getting numbers attached to this, because this is a huge part, like what Ken said. So if we could do that, I don't know if that's your guys' department or not, but I'm like, that's over here. But anyway, I appreciate all of that and hanging out with us tonight.
I have another question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Because more information was requested, I'm assuming that will be provided at the next board meeting.
So the majority of the requests that I wrote down had to do with financial impacts, and so that's a central point to next board meeting's presentation. So there will be a section on the financial impacts when it comes to athletics, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, comparisons and even the requests that I've made in the past.
Why don't you send me the past ones so I don't want to miss one, right? I mean, so.
Well, it's just general, just comparison for consolidation purposes.
Gotcha. No, the comparison is going to be for everything. I mean, it's next board meeting, everything's on the table, right? We've been.
How this is going to.
These presentations over the last several months have been responsive to mostly revolving around the board discussion we had over the summer about consolidation, where we made it just a very open discussion item, and all of you gave me input on, this is what was missing before, this is what we feel like we need, and we went through that list of items, and we did targeted presentations on a variety of aspects of consolidation. These were the last two that I had on my list as far as targeted, whether it be special ed, athletics, junior high electives, like all those things that we've discussed over these past several meetings. Next meeting, it's all about, well, how does that all come together? What are the financial impacts? How does that impact staffing? How does that look at the facilities? All of those things will come together on that last presentation.
And how does it look for after that meeting?
What do you mean?
So if that's what that meeting looks like, is the next meeting what?
So
an action item.
The next meeting could become an action item on November 12th with regard to consolidation. Yes.
So I want to be professional with this. I appreciate the prompt providing of my doubling down on Mr. Farrar's request with this. It bothers me that I'm getting my request that I requested then as well. Does that make sense?
I don't know if it does. I'm just, like I said, I get, you had mentioned, what had been done in the past lurking over. I'm attempting, and tell me if I'm missing things, right?
The savings.
Okay.
The savings. Yeah. Like it's being presented that it's going to save. It's going to save. It's going to save. So I want to see that.
You will.
The next meeting.
Yes.
Where possibly the following meeting could be the do or die.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
The idea would be we present as much as we possibly can to you, separated from the night that the board would actually vote on it. What had been done previously, for good, bad, or indifferent, was providing the board with a slew of information about consolidation, and then in that same board meeting, asking the board to vote on it.
Right.
Right? And so that's why I know some people have been frustrated with discussion items, but that's the whole concept here.
Absolutely.
We're wanting to go through this where, as board members, you're not digesting a lot of information.
Yep.
And then being required to vote on the very same night. Many times you have to do that, right? But when we're talking about a decision that's going to impact this community for the next who knows how many decades, all I know is it took us a long time to unify, and that was in the early 1980s. So the chances are, if a change happens, it's probably how we're going to be for the next 40 years. That's just, that's the way things have gone here. And we can say it might be different, but history shows us probably not.
Okay.
And so that's just, I want to make sure that I'm being responsive to all your requests, and we're not loading you with stuff on the night you have to vote. Like that's been one of my goals in this process.
I hear you, and I appreciate you trying to look out for me.
It's all of you, though. It's not.
Well, us, but I can only speak for me.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm bothered that I'm getting all of that information at once now when I've requested here. Does that make sense?
I guess so. We have done financial presentations on consolidation.
It didn't make sense, and I put it on record. I was lost.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know. We're not. Maybe I'm not explaining myself, but I just want you to understand that it bothers me that my request now has to come at the time of, poop or get off the pot, so to speak.
Okay.
Does that make sense? No, I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna stop asking if that makes sense. Okay.
Real quick, Jared, the cost comparison of pro and con, not just sports facilities, but I think this is going to include schools and just everything. So we're going to be ready for a huge encyclopedia of information. Okay.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the athletics presentation? Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, with that was our last presentation. We're going to move on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. It's been a long night, and so I just want to thank everyone who showed up. I understand there's a lot of community concern around consolidation. I believe I don't want to say I have a unique perspective, but I probably have in the minority perspective of spending significant time in my life on both sides of the rivalry. I spent 10 years of my career at Amador High School, but I was a student at Argonaut, and I'm a parent of Argonaut students. And so I've participated in one side of this rivalry, one side or the other of this rivalry for the last, almost every year for the last almost 30 years. And so I get it. This is a big deal, right? I mean, I totally understand that. And I invite anybody who feels like we're not considering things, please reach out to me. I'll talk to anybody about consolidation. I happily will. We may not see eye to eye, and that's fine. Honestly, I think it's good for me to hear when people are saying, you know, I don't like this or I'm struggling with that. I understand I don't see the whole picture. I'm trying to. And I want everybody to understand that. But I do bring with it, and I hear this, oh, he's an Amador guy, he's an Argonaut guy. I annoy my own children because when they are not participating in an Amador Argonaut game, I truly don't care who wins. Now, when they do participate, I can't take the dad hat off. I have to root for my kid first. Anybody who has a problem with that, that's fine. But that's just a reality. And so I know sometimes, like Peyton, I'm not rooting against Peyton, but she plays against my daughter in basketball. So if Peyton misses a shot, I feel bad for Peyton as a person, but I'm still rooting for my kid. And so I just want people to understand this is tough, right? And I have strong connections with people at both schools. I hear you. I get this is a difficult situation. Please reach out if you want to have any conversations with me about this. I will happily do that. I'm also excited for everything going on. We have a lot going on in the school district that's positive, and we have a lot going on in this month of October. If people are asking why the board meeting is on a Tuesday night, that is big game week. Right? And so the Wednesday night includes a ton of festivities for both schools. We did not want to get in the way of that with a board meeting. And so that's why that board meeting is on a Tuesday night. And I will keep my update to that.
All right. I'm going to go ahead. I appreciate everybody coming tonight. I know it's late. I know everybody has stuff to do. I get it. I did just want to touch on a couple of points that I think are really important to make. The first is that I know that it is extremely frustrating when mistakes are made, especially when it impacts employee paychecks, anything like that. Many of us need every single penny, and so any issues with pay can cause some serious headaches or problems. I do want to note, though, that we have nearly a $70 million organization, and we have 2 very hardworking people doing payroll, 2. So that's just a fact. Sometimes it happens, and unfortunately, we'll do our best. We'll do better. I also wanted to note that I've seen a few things about, this being the only presentation pertaining to consolidation, and of course, our sports are super important to us and to many student athletes, but it can't be the sole decision for the sole basis for a decision like this. That just can't be. And I've also heard a few things, and if it was only up to me, there will be no merging of athletics and not schools. That option has not been presented to this board, and that's something that I would vehemently oppose. The other point I want to make is that this plan that is being presented isn't the first choice. It's not the most ideal, at least not for me. It's not the high country Tahoe. I'm not the car salesman trying to sell rainbows and butterflies. The ties to our community that each of our high schools have run deep. My grandpa's 80 years old and graduated from Amador High School. My parents both graduated from Amador. My aunts, my uncles, my cousins, both my brothers, and I was born while my mom still went to Amador High School. I had teachers that were also her teachers. They knew me before I knew them, which is pretty crazy to think about. So some of my fondest memories with my best friend who passed away are from our time at Amador High School. I know that there are many others, lots of them in this room, that have extremely strong connections to their high school, Amador or Argonaut. Those things are not taken lightly at all. I think, though, that we've come to a crossroads. We are fiscally struggling. We have been for years. You could put a Band-Aid on it and throw pandemic money at it, but that doesn't change where we've been just on a trend. If you just look at it, that's the truth. We've never had money, and doesn't seem to be changing. We have great teachers, but our academics and our test scores don't reflect that. And I know that test scores aren't everything. Trust me, I don't. But when you are graded on something, that is what it shows. We have amazing staff, but we struggle to keep them here because they can drive down the road or go to McDonald's and get their fast food minimum wage and make more money than paraprofessionals that work here. And that's true. I don't know what the right answer is, but I know that continuing to do the same thing over and over and over and over again and expecting to have some sort of different outcome is lunacy. That doesn't work. I don't know how much longer we can limp the hoopty along at this point. We have an opportunity to work together and figure out what path we're gonna choose, what changes and steps are gonna take, but something has to happen. I don't know if it's this plan, I don't know what it is, but something has to change. We cannot just keep doing this. We can't keep doing this and every couple of years have the teachers in here ready to run out the door because we can't pay them any more money. That's not sustainable. We have to ensure that our district not only stays afloat, but at some point is actually genuinely successful at something. Hopefully all the things. But that's just where we're at this point. I think that we're past time to start living in some sort of reality. So again, I don't know exactly what that is or what it looks like. I am somebody that I need all of the ducks in a row to be able to make a choice. This isn't like, let's pick out some colors next week and call it a day. But that's where we're at this point. So everything that's being brought to the table, we are looking for all the ideas, all the things to figure out what we can do. Because at this point, what we're doing isn't working, and it hasn't been working for quite some time. We just put a Band-Aid on it and move along. Look at the facilities. And that's pretty telling of the rest of the district function. Okay, I'm done. Peyton, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with what ASB has been participating in for the last couple weeks. And we've been mainly focusing on the big game rally, which we have touched up on a little bit tonight. And this year, we took a field trip downtown Sutter Creek to talk with all the local businesses about the downtown rally and the big game. But the rally's on the Wednesday before, like we also said. And we've never done anything like this while going downtown and talking to all the businesses. And I'm not sure why, because every single business that we talked to was so enthusiastic and ready to support the cause for ASB and the football team. And when we were down there, we went to each business and hand-delivered a speech and a letter talking about the rally and our condolences for taking away their businesses, their business, getting sales and stuff, and due to the road closures from the parade. And I really hope that we continue to do this in the future because it really engages the community and it encourages them to be more involved. And after that, we started a fundraising for our castle and our Disneyland trip for senior night. And we normally go through a program called Vertical Raise, but we switched to this new one called School Funder, and it guarantees a 97% of the money we raise back to the class instead of the 75% we got with Vertical Raise. And last class, a member of the School Funder came out to our class and he got it all set up for us. He like told us what to do, and we had like the entire period to like send out the QR code and the link, and we had like this whole contest. He was throwing candy at us, and we like were trying to get like the most money like in the shortest amount of time, and it was really fun. It's like always competitive. And speaking of competitive, our sports upcoming for like the next week, our football this week on Friday plays Galt away at Galt. Volleyball tomorrow is against Galt, and it's our senior night. Cross country went to Half Moon Bay last weekend for their annual tournament there. Both boys and girls water polo play against Unimine tomorrow at home. And flag is second in their league, and they play Bradshaw Christian tomorrow night. And that's really good because I know that both their teams had done really well last year. And I did play on the team last year, and I'm so disappointed that I couldn't play this year because of volleyball. I wanted to shout out my third grade teacher, Missy Satala, who came out and spoke earlier tonight about taking the 25th step. She taught both me and my older sister, and I always remember on my 8th birthday, she would so if you had a birthday in her class during the school year, she would take you up to the front of the room, and there was a drawer. And it was right next to the door, and she would open the drawer, and it was just a bunch of Beanie Babies. And she said, you could take one. And so for my 8th birthday, I picked a green koala out of the drawer, and I still have it on my nightstand today. And it was really nice to see her. I also saw her at Chocolate earlier this week, and it was like such a surprise. And seeing her again, it was just like, I had to shout her out. And okay, not ending on quite a positive note, but my 2 cents on consolidation. I've been here since like the new consolidation, because that's why I was brought on the board as a sophomore, was because I was going to be the new consolidated school board rep. And at the beginning, like we said, we were all really excited about the naming, the colors, and the mascots. But when my class, the senior class, was told that we weren't going to be a part of the consolidation, I know some of us were relieved and some of us were disappointed in different ways. Personally, I was most disappointed in being left out of the athletics, being a part of multiple sports as a female athlete at Amador High School. I understand both the pros and cons of the consolidation, and in the new league that we're in currently, I see both the schools being able to compete at a higher level, but like in the women's section, it's like if we consolidate, it would just be easier, but I do see how in the men's sections, how more cuts. There's obviously in every stat shown tonight, there was a lot more boys players than there were girls. But I know personally we would be able to compete at a higher level and go further in every sport in the women's section. Though, yeah, this does mean we have to cut players on both sides. It would also mean that we'd be able to field all 3 of the teams, like the freshman, JV, and varsity, and that develops and gets the players that are younger to have more experience on those teams. Because last year, my basketball team, so my sophomore year, my basketball team went undefeated in league. Both my sisters played on the team with me. We had an amazing season. It was like record-breaking for our school. And then we had last year where we had like 6 freshmen on our team. It was like we're rebuilding from the ground up. We didn't have a lot of experience. We had 2 freshmen as the starting 5. It was like really rough, but it was also getting them ready for what they have to come, or like what they get to see this year. But it's also like if they had the chance to play on a JV and freshman team before that, they wouldn't be limited to 1 or 2 minutes per game just because we're trying to compete with the other teams. So I do see how it goes both ways, pros and cons. But yeah, that's just what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire?
Since our last meeting, we've had our homecoming breakfast, which was a huge success despite our ASB having to adjust and find new volunteers. And I would like to personally thank you guys from the board and cabinet who came and supported our students at Argonaut High School and helped cook and serve at our homecoming breakfast. And your efforts were recognized and greatly appreciated. And I would especially like to thank Dr. Palazuelos, Mrs. Patty Horn, Mr. Robert Norton, Mr. James Marzano, and Mr. Jared Critchfield. Your participation and I'm so sorry. I am gonna get you a thank you card too, because Your participation and support for our students is very admirable, and I do have thank you cards for you guys, and don't you worry, you will be getting one too. And then other than that, our homecoming rally and football game ran smoothly, where Michael Amato, a senior football player, and Ashley Green, a varsity cheer captain, won homecoming king and queen. And on that Saturday after, cheer put on our homecoming dance, which was themed A Night in Rio. And then we've also been preparing for our annual downtown rally, which will be held on Main Street here in Jackson on October 30th at 7 p.m. And then the next day, our big game against Amador at Argonaut on the 31st. And then this Friday, I'm super excited because myself and Nettie, our president, we are putting on our October Pink Out game versus Rosemont at Argonaut in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And we made these Pink Out shirts that we've been selling this week at school, where the funds that we get from these shirts will be donated to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. And then along with the shirts, we placed jars for jugs in several of our teachers' classrooms in hopes to receive donations like spare change and dollars from students and teachers. And we've placed out like incentives that the teachers can give the students. And these funds will be going to the BCRF at the end of October. And our goal in all of this is to help fund the research for a cure for breast cancer and prevent it in the future, because my aunt sadly passed away from breast cancer a couple years ago. So like this is definitely something that I've been wanting to do for the past 2 years. And then for FFA, at the end of September, 10 freshmen in FFA had the chance to attend the Green Hand Leadership Conference, which they get to learn what FFA is all about and get a head start into the agricultural world, which I think is super cool because when you come in as a freshman, FFA is such a big organization and it just gets you right into it. And then tonight, Argonaut and Amador hosted their annual drive-through dinner, and they collaborated with each other and Ag Boosters. And then at the end of October, several students in FFA get the amazing chance to fly to Indianapolis to attend the annual national convention, where they get to collaborate with other FFA members from across the country. And I went last year, and it was a super amazing experience. Other than that, our sports teams, our cross-country team also went to Half Moon Bay, which I know that they did amazing at, and they had a very good time at the beach. One kid, I think, like twisted his ankle at the beach and couldn't race the next day. But other than that, it was fun. And then our football team plays Rosemont at home on Friday, and recently our junior Errol Garner on varsity broke a school record of most touchdowns in one game, which was 6 touchdowns. And then our volleyball team's record is 13-15, and tonight they played against John Adams. I don't know how they did, but we'll definitely see tomorrow. And then tomorrow flag football plays Galt. And just my 2 cents on consolidation as well. I definitely, as a freshman, was very excited about picking out the colors in ASB. Like my first time seeing all that was super cool. But like looking more into it and all the logistics is definitely something to think about over time. And I'm excited to see how it goes. Yeah.
Thank you. Peter?
Hello. First, given the time, do we need to extend again, or are we okay?
Yeah, we need to extend for just this meeting, or do we have to do it for all of our meetings? Okay, can we get a motion to extend for another hour, please?
Move to extend to 11:40
Sure.
p.m.
Second?
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James? I'm also a yes. Okay, go ahead, Peter.
Okay. My abundant thanks. I never like missing these things, but this was my school's week off. And so, yes, I took some vacation time, and I'm grateful, deeply grateful that I could participate remotely and the technology allows me to do that, and that all of you were so very patient and supportive tonight. Kayla, you've spoken some strong words, and I would echo that and agree that we cannot continue doing things the same and hope they'll magically get better, that we do have to work hard to find creative solutions. And our community has spoken loudly that they want creative financial solutions. And so, given that we are in the people business, I would hope that that is the lens we strive to look through. Now, not trying to be dismissive, because yes, when my wife showed it to me, I did chuckle a little bit. You know, the banner that was posted publicly about, I would assume, our superintendent standing on a Mustang's neck, you know, as being kind of this derisive comment that we're trying to ruin things or destroy things. I don't feel that is the case at all. I wish to applaud the district and cabinet and other members of this board, including our student board members, for how well we have gotten along and how productive and clear our conversations have been on several topics over the last several months. No, it's not all about athletics. We've talked about several things. And so just as a reminder, Mr. Critchfield and cabinet members, and I will happily send this in an email also, but I wanted to publicly say that we are in the people business. When our own school accountability report cards say that we have a 19-to-1 average class ratio at the high school and junior high levels in English and math, that is not sustainable. We have seen tonight that on our unaudited actuals, that over 70% of our budget is paying for people. We have to be more efficient. So I'm hoping that in all of our financial disclosures that we receive later this month on the 28th or ongoing discussions, that we can be more clear on that. And perhaps, as has been suggested, with even color coding. Is this a green? Does it give it a plus and give us more money to be able to afford all the many things we have to do? Or no, this item would be a red and it would be in the negative and it's going to cost us a little bit for, as discussed tonight, things like uniforms, etc. I would hope that we can be honest and real with our teachers at how many positions, just based on the math, right? How many positions we will still need at each grade level. I hope we can be clear on other numbers as far as, for example, buildings and facilities. We've talked before about which campus has more square footage, which campus has more physical buildings. And yes, Argonaut does have more, shall we say, instructional space, but a lot of those are portables, and portables can be moved if that's what is necessary. I hope we also look at total quality of program. We have, for example, at Amador, a pool, and we have a theater, and we have a bigger gym, et cetera, et cetera. So regardless of what decisions are recommended by the district, I'm hoping for absolute clarity. I would agree with the public sentiment that we do need to see whatever published environmental impact report there is, because we can gain some information by that study we paid for. There's got to be some value in being open with the public on what that study says, because information is power and clarity with our public is what builds trust. And certainly what I promised to do when I asked people to vote for me was to increase clarity of communication so that we can rebuild trust and faith in the district leadership we have here. Deeply grateful. I believe in our future and believe that we can find creative solutions if we remember we're in the people business, and that's where most of the dollars go. So we've got to be super transparent, whether it's teachers or coaches or administrators or whatever, at what the potential savings are and what is recommended as being best for kids. Thanks for listening. And yes, looking forward to the county meeting and all that, whatever time it takes.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Ken, go ahead.
Okay, I might ramble. It's been a long night. First of all, I want to thank the public that shows up, the teachers, everybody that does the presentations. I mean, some of your comments, I mean, I just have to respect the research that's been done. It is beneficial for me. It's very hard for me to sit up here while people speak and be all stone-faced, knowing I can't speak back, but your input is appreciated. I have long-standing ties with Amador. I went to Amador High. My wife went to Amador High. My boys went to Amador High. My parents were teachers in the district, so I don't take consolidation lightly. I think this next meeting is kind of where the rubber has to meet the road. We have to see the numbers. And my concern is, you know, I was elected to the board, and I feel it's my duty to do what's best for our students. That's where my concern is. So the money has to make sense, and it has to be something that we can do. And long term, that's going to be beneficial for our student body. That's where my take is. I want to thank the 3 bargaining units for coming to tentative agreements, and ACTA for all, the meetings and the back and forth. And I fully believe that on the 20th, you guys will be able to come up with an agreement. I hope that you do, for everybody's sake. I don't see why you can't. But the one thing that has to stop, in my opinion, in this district is the us against them mentality. We're in this together. So it shouldn't be, the teachers and the classified and the DO is, the big bad demon. I don't think that's the case. And my exposure to the cabinet and with Superintendent Critchfield is that they also want what's best. There are restrictions. We have no money. I mean, that's just a sad fact. And, maybe consolidation is the answer for that. There's some decisions that have to be made, and I hope that those decisions are made quickly, because I think consolidation talk over the last few years has really dragged down everybody's, charisma for the school district and where we're headed. Everybody thinks we're on a dead-end road, and I don't think we are. I would ask that Jeannie meet with Jared concerning the Me Too clause, which does not exist. And let's all be on the same page on that. And I think this board is going to be able to make an informed decision on consolidation, and I hope that decision is made soon.
Okay, thank you. Shane?
I want to thank everyone for coming tonight and everyone for still staying here through this. The last 2 presentations that we received, I think, were 2 of the most informative ones that I can think of since consolidation has been on the table, at least since I've been on the board. And I do recall that consolidation was brought up 2013, I think, was the year you told me. And so it's not like it's been put together in the last 3 or 4 years. It's always been a topic of discussion because budget and budget constraints have always also been part of the discussion. I want to repeat what I heard tonight was that there are many opportunities and for our students, and for the athletes, some look at it as, well, we're losing opportunities, but for some of our other students, our special ed students, it looks like there's going to be additional opportunities. And I go back to what I've heard in the last few years. Many kids that got emails from parents that would say that they started college in a hole because they weren't able to take a class that they should have had in high school. And I think that this consolidation will resolve that and not only provide that same opportunity, but I'm hoping when we have the budget numbers presented, it can show that our various programs can benefit instead of splitting funding for like our egg programs or our whatever programs we have out there for extracurricular activities. I'm hoping that we can show that there is a benefit instead of spreading it out over 2 different campuses. So I look forward to the next meeting, and I just want to echo what people have said. This isn't easy. We understand that the history that this has, and we're trying to do what we can, the best we can for what we think our students will benefit the most from. Thank you.
Okay, James?
I don't have much to say. I'm looking forward to seeing what I've been asking for a while, and making that educated decision. Thank you everybody for sitting here waiting. Appreciate it. That's all.
Okay, I don't have any further comments. Our next meeting is Tuesday, October 28th. It's not a Wednesday, it's a Tuesday, and it's not here. It's at our regular location at the county building. And the district, I promise, will update the website. Haley's fabulous. Okay, open session's at 6:30, and we are adjourned, but if you really feel inclined, we do have a county meeting after this. Mexico. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, oh, sorry, I forgot we were sharing. Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions, employee organizations. I don't see Miss Angie Lucas. Is there anybody here from SEEK? No? Okay. But I do see CSEA 827 with Miss Hatton is here. Oops, sorry.
There it is. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Critchfield, cabinet, and community. First, I'd like to start with something that was, I'd like to address something that was said at the ACUSD meeting that kind of hit me the wrong way. I'm a medically fragile paraprofessional. I encourage the board to look up our job descriptions and our salary, and just to let you know just a few of the aspects of our jobs. We're highly trained in medical procedures, including administrative life-saving drugs, G-tube feedings, seizure protocols, tracheotomy management, and many other specialized medical procedures as they arise. We're in a classroom, lunchroom, campus, bus, wherever we are needed, we are there. We are not expensive. We are vital to provide our ESN students education in the least restrictive environment. And I'm going to sound like a broken record. I respectfully ask that the Amador County Office of Education and Amador County Unified School District board meetings rotate each month, or set aside a time that the Amador County Office of Education bargaining unit leaders can speak to voice our concerns. Our voices deserve to be heard just as much as anyone else at a decent hour once in a while. The Amador County Office of Education Bargaining Unit 827 has signed a tentative agreement with the county office. It was a difficult decision, one we did not take lightly, but we did what we felt was best for every single member we represent. We were made to feel as though the problems with cash in lieu and opt-outs were somehow our fault. We did not ask for any of this. The cash in lieu was offered to us, and when the situation became difficult, we were the ones that had to fight for every percent, every cent, and every ounce of respect to get this agreement signed, negotiated. We gave up a lot, we made sacrifices to reach a fair and balanced agreement, and we did it in good faith. We hope that the board understands that our goal has always been simple: to secure fairness, dignity, and respect for every classified employee we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment on non-agenda items. First up, we have Tracy Hinman.
Thank you, board and cabinet. I'm going to echo, I don't have a problem sounding like a broken record. So I know repetition is how we learn. And it's 11 o'clock. And I'm going to echo what Ms. Hatton has asked. In the past, when the county office meetings were starting at 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock, board meeting after board meeting after board meeting. That was a couple superintendents ago, but they did finally start rotating them, because I would sit in the back and honestly, you're falling asleep. Look at the room. Oh, where did all the people go? And it's just, I think it's just a matter of respect. Yes, you're all tired. Who even wants to talk? I've already heard so many times, but I'm going to make you stay here even longer. It's been a long night. It's been a long night. Thank you that you all stayed. Thank you that you all stayed. Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be a nice gesture for the county meeting? It's a short agenda. Have it first. Have it first as a means of mutual respect. I would love for you to consider that. And since I'm up here talking already, I might give you the address for that, so it can go on record for all the other people who are still listening. At least it could go in the minutes, who want to join the health benefits, CalPERS. It's a Fechner Auditorium, Lincoln Plaza North, 4 P Street, Sacramento, California. It is on Tuesday, November 18th. I don't exactly have the time, but hey, people could email me. I have a district email, tracy.hinman@acusd. I don't even remember now, it's too late, it's 11 o'clock, .org. So thanks.
Okay, next up we have Patricia and Jiha.
Good evening again, everyone. I'd like to say that I appreciate all of you for all the questions and all the consideration you give to all of the agenda items and public comments. I wasn't expecting other people to echo that, but yes, a couple meetings now. ACOE, the union's representatives have asked to have their meetings flipped so that they don't have to stay as late. And I just want to make sure that that is heard. So I'm hoping at the next board meeting, I don't know if the 28th one is just the school district, but whatever comes next, I hope that the next one, their meeting is first. For my other public comment, I submitted 2 cards. As far as reducing office admin staff salaries, I would like to ask the board to consider consulting our friends at Lozano Smith Law Firm to see if having the health insurance crisis occurring after the contracts were approved could be taken into consideration as extenuating circumstances to making amendments to office admin staff salaries. Maybe rather than Lozano Smith being dispatched to block giving me numbers when I am trying to help find solutions to this health insurance fiasco we've been thrown into. Mr. Critchfield, your contract may protect your salary, but it might be a good show of faith for you to take a cut given this unprecedented fiscal crisis you have helped put us in among your other office admin staff in order to help get us out of it. Thank you. So I did email the board trustees my spreadsheet that I've created for the first 3 months of this new fiscal year. And I'm hoping that that's all right because it was much too large to print and give you copies of. I would have if it wasn't so long. I did make adjustments to it where it only takes into account the items taken out of the general fund because we can make the most impact there as they're not restricted funds. And it also gives you a total of how much we spend at each vendor since the warrants only give us that usually a month amount of time and it's individual line items. I think a total amount for each vendor paints a good picture of why are we spending so much at Amazon. So for instance, like I gave with the district report, the county office has already spent in the first 3 months of the fiscal year, $15,000 to San Joaquin County Office of Education, over $115,000 to Sacramento COE Social Emotional Learning, over $13,000 to Northern California Prep School, almost $25,000 for accounting contractor Christy White for audit support or auditing, over $25,000 for Communication Bloom speech therapy contractor, almost $40,000 for Point Quest Education Special Education Center, almost $15,000 to Sonia Biggs Special Education Consultant, over $35,000 to Speech Therapy Associates, over $12,000 to Cadient Behavioral Analysis Consultants, over $12,000 to PG&E, over $40,000 for Tuolumne JPA Workers' Comp, over $35,000 for Alameda County Schools Insurance, Group Liability, $275,000 for Allied Benefit Health Insurance, over $20,000 for Kaiser, $30,000 for Tuolumne JPA Property and Liability, over $12,000 for Growth Healthy Children Contracted Therapy Services, $60,000 to Emergis Healthcare Staffing Agency, $25,000 on Frontline Technologies Group School Admin Software, almost $70,000 for Healthy Campus Software, over $12,000 for Everway Special Education Software, almost $60,000 for Wells Fargo Finance, over $20,000 for association memberships, which the California Superintendents Association is the majority, and over $20,000 to TTF Holdings Asset Management. And again, although I asked for more action items to reduce spending, I see none on this agenda. I hope there will be action to significantly reduce our spending in the very near future to resolve the deficit, reverse the track we are on, heading into insolvency, get more funding to offset the increase in healthcare costs that is being unfairly passed on to our teachers and staff members, and keep our teachers in Amador. I therefore ask the board to make it an action item on the next board meeting's agenda to place significant restrictions on county office spending. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? We'll go online. Peter, any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, Ken?
I have a couple questions on the warrants.
Okay.
Robert, on 9/11, there's a NorCal Prep School, there's a Northern Cal Prep School, and there's a Northern Cal Preparatory School. Are those all the same?
Yes, that's correct. It's all the same school. It's in one of our non-public schools, and then they submit us separate bills for academics or additional supports and services that they provide.
So those are actually three different entities?
No, it's one entity, 3 different bills.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is shouldn't they all be labeled the same?
They actually submit us separate invoices, which is why I think that they are separate.
It could be that they end up going different places, so they may have to have 3 different address setups within the vendor, which pops on here 3 times.
Okay. And then on 9/19, the Emeritus Healthcare Staffing of almost 61,000. Is that monthly? Is that quarterly? What time frame does that cover?
Yeah, it's usually monthly that we're billed for that. That's one of the non-public agencies. We actually have 3 different types of contractors that we work with through that agency, from classified staff for filling subs for various paraprofessional positions that go unfilled. In addition, we have some mild to moderate teaching staff that we contract with, and I think that's.
So just for Emeritus Healthcare, that could equate to about $720,000 a year?
Times 10.
Yeah, that's,
Yes. Yeah, for the 10 months of a school year.
okay. And then would it also be monthly for the Speech Therapy Association of almost 26? That's monthly also?
Yes, almost, I mean, I believe everyone, I can make this statement, every one of our contracting partners bills us on a monthly cycle.
And would that be for the 5 positions that we don't have filled?
No, so that is a portion of it. So I would say we are contracting with multiple agencies for speech and language positions. So the speech and language, remind me of the one you're referencing.
It's on 919 Speech Therapy Associates.
Yeah, so Speech Therapy Associates is actually one of our local non-public agency partners. So we have 4, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. We have 4 different partners, but one of the unique circumstances is, and this kind of goes back to what can incentivize an individual to work for a non-public agency. One person, as an example, we only contract with for 2 days a week or 3 days a week. So to make up that 5 FTE, we could be contracting far beyond 5 individuals. So I just want to explain that. But yes, Speech Therapy Associates is one of our partners. They're actually one of our more local partners that provides the majority of our in-person speech and language services. The other, well, and I should pause there. Yeah.
All right, thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Jane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
I don't have any further questions either, so we would just need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I make the motion that we approve agenda item 8, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Moving on, number 9 is communications. We do not have any. Moving on to our action items, 10.1 MOU with National University. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening again, trustees. This is the memorandum of understanding with National University. This is for the County Office of Education side of the house. There are two agreements. One is the unpaid student teaching. The other is the paid internship. The term of this agreement is through June 30th, 2030. Another opportunity for us to partner with an institute of higher education that has credentialing programs. We would recommend approval on this one, trustees.
Okay. Any other questions on this one, Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
Nope.
James?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we would just need a vote.
Move that we approve item 10.1 MOU National University.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Next up, we have the public hearing for sufficiency of instructional materials. Education Code 60119 requires that local governing boards hold an annual public hearing and adopt a resolution stating whether each pupil in the LEA has sufficient textbooks or instructional materials, reading language arts, mathematics, science, and history, social science aligned to content standards and consistent with the content and cycles of curriculum framework adopted by the State Board of Education. I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't think there's any comments on the public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And we're going to move on to 10.3 with Mr. Critchfield.
Yeah, this is a companion item to the district. While we provide educational programs out of the county office, falls under the same requirements to ensure that we have sufficient instructional materials in those 4 core content areas. And after Mrs. Horn conducted all of her site visits and did all the reviews, we are asserting that we have we meet the requirements and we have sufficient instructional materials for all of the students who are educated by the County Office of Education, and recommend approval on this item.
Okay, are there any further questions on this item?
No.
No.
Okay. All right, then we just need a motion.
Move to approve agenda item 10.3, sufficiency of instruction materials.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Moving on to 10.4, unaudited actuals with Mr. Norton.
Thank you. This is a companion item to the district side for unaudited actuals, and for the most part, I'll skip over a few things where it's very much the same, such as purpose and timeline, very similar. Only difference here is the county office is due October 10th, doesn't have the October 15th doesn't have the September 15th timeline as the other one does. Budget cycle, still the same situation here. We're at the unaudited actuals. Next up will be first interim after this. So for county revenue components, it does, it had a little over 11.2 million, and of the revenues on the county side is a little different than the district side, in which the funding comes in most from the other state funds, with the second most coming from the local control funding formula, the LCFF. The largest portion of the other state funds, the reason it's a little different, is on the county side, it receives AB 602 funding. This is specifically geared at special education. For this alone, we received 3.49 million this last year. And as you see, that makes up the bulk of our other state revenue that has come in here. In terms of revenue comparison, we did see a decrease from 23-24 to 24-25 in LCFF funding. Ironically enough, we received a prior year adjustment in 23 that was upward, that extended it beyond what the actual LCFF calculation was that year, which is why there is mainly a difference between it. Normally, the LCFF is very consistent on the county side. And so you kind of see the tick upwards in the 25-26 year. For federal funds, this on the county side is mainly title funds and IDEA funds. This went down slightly a little over year, but for the most part, it remains fairly consistent. Other state funds, one-time funds from prior years went away. Some recurring did decline. The special note here would be more so, we had a special education intervention preschool that actually had additional carryover from the prior year in 23-24, which is why that one was so much higher the one year and then down the next for 24-25. Other local reduced by over 500,000. In this case, it was mainly due to our Medi-Cal billing. What happened in 23-24 was we had an audit that actually found that the Medi-Cal did not give us enough revenue. So we actually received a significant additional amount in 23-24 that was not then carried forward in 24-25. Okay. So then in terms of our our operating expenditure components, our overall, we had 13.1 million in operating expenditures for 24-25. These breakouts are very similar in terms of how they do things. One note here for the operating side of things, you'll see that's a much bigger chunk on the county side than it is on the district. This is tied to those contractors. Obviously, we just discussed quite a few of them in the warrants that popped up here. As those come out, they come out of the operating side, operating expenditures, as opposed to salaries and benefits, because they're not our employees. So that's why you see that piece of the pie a little bit bigger here than you would in the other areas. Some other things of notes for capital outlay. I'll go to the, let's see here. We did purchase a Medi-Cal billing, with Medi-Cal billing dollars, we purchased a chairlift van for special education, which was a nice addition. Okay, apologize there for that. This again was the 3 benefits, salaries and benefits all put together. So you kind of get a share of the pie, so you can kind of see how that compares to the rest of it. So 61.3% on the county side are towards salaries and benefits. Operating expenditure comparisons. Slight adjustments in the salary sides, minimal changes on the books and supplies over the years. The big difference was the 1.7 million increase that hit in operating expenditures in 24-25 from what was there the prior year. And again, this had a lot to do with the contractors that we aforementioned previously. Other outgo, the reduction was mainly tied to pass-through funds. We had less going through pass-through. And overall expenditures increased from FY24 to FY25 by 1.5 million overall. So the general fund summary here, the overall snapshot general fund, you see the deficit spend of 1.8. We do, you can kind of see it on the unrestricted and restricted side. A lot of this was on the restricted side. You'll see here, this is mainly due to the fact that we had that extra funds from the Medi-Cal billing. So we actually leveraged those funds to help us out with the excess contractors this last year. And luckily, those can be used for that. And so that's what we have going on here. We do have the contributions piece. Again, you'll note that there was 725 that was from unrestricted used toward restricted. Again, this is tied a lot to special education and routine restricted maintenance. Then the ending fund balance, you'll see we went down by the 1.89 million. From the reference on the previous slide to 1.23 million overall. The unrestricted is 749,000 and the restricted is 477. So the fund balance year over year, you can kind of see what we've gone and where we are. It has been relatively at this level over the course of time. Obviously, the projected is a dip we want to take care of. The 23-24, again, anomaly was due to the Medi-Cal billing that we received in the 1 year, and so you can kind of see how that was leveraged. So then we have the reserve requirement. On the county side, it's a little different. Instead of a 3% minimum reserve, you are required to have 4%. And so we ended up with total expenditures of 13 million. Reserve standard there that makes it, oh, that did not calculate correctly. It should be higher than that. It should be in the 500s. But the reserve for economic securities is 559. The prior year it was 500,000. We are at a reserve percentage of 4.26%. And then the ending fund balance for the other funds, I wanted to throw up Fund 12. This is our Child Development Fund. This is where you'll find ELOP as well as state preschool. And so those funds are restricted to those particular pieces. But that did grow from year to year. Again, just to reiterate, there is no reserve requirement in these funds. But if they were ever to fall in a shortfall, that the general fund is required to cover that. And so then moving forward, this is what we've already kind of discussed on the district side. They're very similar in terms of what we need to be looking at going forward. And then we've obviously had quite a bit of discussion on that tonight. So if I'm available for any questions the board has, but at this time, I recommend the board approve and certify the COE unaudited actuals.
Okay, we'll just go through and see if we have any further questions. Peter?
No questions.
Ken?
No questions.
Shane?
No questions.
James?
No questions.
Just really quickly, are we still, you said that big jump when we had the Medi-Cal billing, are we still doing like year after year, we're getting Medi-Cal reimbursements? We just got a bigger chunk there because we started doing it?
Correct. On an average basis, we usually receive 1 to 200,000.
Okay.
That year, we received over $1 million.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, sounds good. That was the only question I had on this. With that being said, we would just need a motion to approve the unaudited actuals.
I have a question.
Okay.
What you just said, that year we received $1 million.
Over $1 million, yeah.
Over $1 million, and it was because we decided to.
So the state does an audit of their Medi-Cal billing on what they do. So what they found was they didn't pay us enough. And so they should have actually paid us more. And so they.
Was it from anything that we were doing or not doing?
I don't believe so. I don't think it has anything to do with us. It's just Medi-Cal's system and how it's billed.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, we just need a motion.
Move to approve item 10.4, unaudited actuals 2024-25.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. We don't have any discussion items. We do have information only, current personnel recommendations. Anyone have any questions or comments on this item?
No.
Nope.
No.
Okay, then we'll move on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, just excited that we have tentative agreements with SEEK and with CSEA 827. The process would need to go through ratification for both those units. CDE has a 10-day comment period. If all those approved, that's something that actually doesn't come to the board. That would just come to me as county superintendent. But I'm excited that we have tentative agreements with both of our labor units on the county side.
Okay, Peter?
Nothing further to report. Again, thank you for the grace and patience with being not physically present.
Okay, Ken?
No comments.
Shane? No comments. James?
No comments.
Okay, thank everybody again for staying late, coming, being engaged. Jared and I and the board will talk about rotating meetings and see what's feasible and whatnot for that. With that, our next meeting is the next meeting we have is just a district meeting. It's not a county meeting on the 28th. So our next county meeting will be Wednesday, November 12th in the county building. Okay? All right, we are adjourned.